Alright folks, welcome back. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は313日目です。It is day 313. Let's see. Today, we got day 4, right? Then we'll have a leap day. What does leap day look like? It is 12 minutes from 7, so we'll pick up the 26. It looks like there's a half split here. I must have digressed somewhere in there. What about tomorrow? We could flip the schedule for tomorrow so that it doesn't have a no volume day. Yeah, today then it skips over one day because it takes more than 24 hours for the second half. Which will land on Sunday. Looks pretty reasonable. Not much to report here. There is one level that is kind of filled with exceptions. It could be this one actually. Let's go look. All right. Uh-oh. Kisoku? Kisoku tadashi.
Kisoku tadashi.
Kisoku tadashi. Regularly. Orderly.
体積
紅葉
紅葉 Yep. Oops.
構え 防水
Oh, sweet. Oh, no. Is it? It's accept. Oh, no, wait. It's not accept. It's store.
収める
Osameru. Pretty sure it's store. Alright. This is probably fairly old, yeah. Let's swap this up. Meru. Meru is fine. We've truncated Meru. And then we have Osa. What do we have to work with for obtain shoe? A torch and a folding stool? Okay. So can use both? Now let's stick to let's just stick with he. So obtain To Meru. To Meru the old saw. In the shoe. In the shoebox. The old Star was stored in Meru. How about the shoebox obtained and the old saw was stored in the shoebox. The old saw was stored later Meru. Yay. Pretty okay.
Soridaijin.
Soridaijin. This is where that snarky remark happened yesterday.
Youchien.
Yeah. America se.
アメリカ製
America se. Nihon se.
精神的。
精神的。監督。
監督
This is the connect. So connect involved. 関わる。
関わる
Get involved. Or just to involve something, to be involved. Okay, fine. This is probably old too. Yeah. Let's Kaka. Kaka. Let's actually look at how often Kaka shows up. I think Kaka might be an exception. As a kun read, right? That's not one. That's not one. That's not one. That's not one. Okay, just kidding. There are two kaka, three. Oh no, there are three. Okay. So we have three kakas. These two are actually overlapping. That's how they get related. But there is one other. Put up a sign. I kind of thought... how much would come up? There's Kakaku. Kakaku, I guess that's it. It's not that great. It really isn't that great. I don't think I have this yet to put up a sign. Ah, still very exceptional. Do I want to make an exception to add a modifier for repeated syllables? This is one of the special cases. All right, let's see. Wadu. Do I have something for Wadu? Need to come up with something for Wadu. So we can do endings. Do we have war? I don't think we have war. I'm gonna go with war. Oh no, wait, we might actually have war. So let's use war for now. That's the first thing that comes up to mind. Alright, so we have war. So go with the in the water. Was involved. Connected and with the two car accidents. Which kind of works. Okay. Oh wait, we can throw in during a cake delivery? Sure. That might be a little too that might be a little too far.
Kinchou.
Oh.
Yoseru.
Yoseru.
攻撃する。
する。夜中。
夜中。
Just kidding. Wait. No? All of them are the same.
燃やす
Oh, yes. I think this one is gonna be okay for now.
呼ばれる
Yobareru is fine. Oh.
不規則。
So good.
埋もれる
Moreru.
違い。
Chingai. Whoops.
同僚
Audio.
詰まる
Heck.
老ける。
Kitty. What do I have for this? Right, call. And we're using care. Kitty. Grab renew. Hmm. Kitty. Or why did I write treasure? Oh no. Oh, and I didn't add food to this. Hmm. Let me change this. Usually in reference to night or autumn. Okay. Be like As a season. Grow late. May not be full. Not be full. As the years grow late, not be fooled. Edu. That's okay. We have the coal. Renew. I think this is fine. Kitty. Alright. Yeah, we got that attachment. It's good. Fine.
Daijin.
Daiji. Oh. What? Oh, right. Just a minister. Right. Any high ranking. Hmm.
並べる。
Maybe.
登録する。
登録す。
岡山城。
岡山城。
構成
構成。優れる。Oops. 優れる。
優れる。
優れる。What do I have for this? My format, yeah, these are old formats. They do. Okay. He. And then we had use, right? We're gonna say use. Ready. Ready. Hmm. Yeah, they do. Just so. It's our path. Hmm. Hmm. Uh. Goo. Good. Interesting. It's actually that's really good. Hmm. Toyu's good. Should know how to phrase it if I were to say it in. You, Redu, and then we have Su and Gu. Well, come back to that.
Nagasaki ken.
Okay.
炒める
Ameru. Oops. Oh, just kidding.
耐える
Edu. Edu. I might have to add something to that.
程よく
Hodoyoku. Oh, properly. What?
新緑
Good. Good enough. Oops. Oh, no, wait.
なるほど
Hold on. Nope. Yes? No. Wait. Oh no.
学
Okay. A custom? Katakori.
肩こり
Katakori. Katakori.
製品
Seihin. What? Oh. Makure. 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 I think I want to change this one. Let's change this one. Did I actually even... Did I add anything? Oh, no, I didn't. It's fine. I just... What was something on the spot?
人狼
Might need to come out with something for that in the future.
半額
Manga. Okay.
玄関
Income. What is? Wait. Oh no. Akuru. What? Aru.
測る
Measure. That one might need some help in the future.
準備する。
する。
歓喜。
歓喜。Bullseye. Bullseye. Oh no. Okay. Bullseye. What? Oh no, that's not both.
防火。
Volca. Firework, not relief. Fireproof. What? Oh, fire prevention. Fireproof has 2 words. Has 2 words? Whatever. uh,
処置
Koichi. Koichi. What is another way to say deal with? Treatment. Shirizokeru.
退ける
Shirizokeru.
診断する。
Thanks, Clarion. Hmm.
監視。
Let's-
精
精
神病。
神病。木星。
木星緊
緊
急
急。
逆さま
逆さま。家庭教師。
家庭教師
家庭教師。
量。
とえ Oops.
玄米
玄米。
乾く。
乾く。Plentiful. Anengomi.
可燃ごみ
Anengomi.
負担
Gun. Gun. Okay.
閣僚。
Oops. Well, they are bureaucrats, but
総理
sorry. Heck, I get stuck on this again. Sorry. Every time. So like connecting the every time, man. How do I phrase this in a way that sticks? Because it's short, right? Gotta remember the sorry. Sorry, Gaijin. What's unite? Right? Unite. Hold. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Depan.
Yoake.
Tsumoru.
Tsumoru. Tsumoru.
Getsugaku.
Getsugaku. Oh, whoops. I don't know what I was thinking there.
Zangaku. Sakihodo.
Kanyo. Wareru.
Wareru.
Wareru. Okay. 自家製。
自家製。
面積。揃える。What? Oh, right. Yeah, that makes sense, actually. Overcomplicate wording.
移
移住
住者。
者。精一杯。This is constantly a bit off. With all one's might. Oh, instead of using of.
乾杯。
乾杯。
怖がる。
Nope. Nushi. Nush. Oh, it's the other. Okay. I think it's actually both. Let me see. Oh no, it's just Nush. Okay. Lifeguard. That one's kind of tough.
我が
Waga. Seisaku. Seisaku.
制作
I typed saku and then I said soku. Seisaku. Juryo. No. Wait. Juryo. No. Jurui. Juryo.
受領書
Juryo. Juryo.
吸収する
完
完了
了的
的。
途中
中。節々。節々。
豚
豚
骨
骨
ラーメン
ラーメン。
映る
映る。
かすか
確か。頑張る。
頑張る
頑張る。
欧米
欧米。
冷
冷やす。
中
中
央
央。
日
日
曜
曜。Oops. And then we're picking up the 26, right? Because it's after 7. Okay. Koromo. Or Inu? Or how the how does this work? What are they using for a Koromo? It's not dress, it's probably clothing. A different type of dress. Not the literal dress, but dressing. Oops.
定額
定額
女
女
優
優 What? Oh.
大
大
量
量 Large amount, sure.
年額
年額 Catch.
担
担
当
当 Carry real, take charge. I mean, carry true. It's kind of like a person who takes leadership or like take charge. What else could it be? Weird. Like carry responsibility, take lead. Yeah, in charge. Uh,
定量
radio.
区分
Kaboom.
多額
Oh, no. Oh no.
年配
Senpai. Or capital.
Yuketsu
Yuketsu. Oops, it's the S. Yeah, coffin is tree. Well,
全額
全額
燃料
Alright, not bad. I guess this 28 is gonna be pushed till tomorrow. Or, oh. I don't know if I'm gonna flip this tomorrow. We could flip this to grab these again. I think WaniKani's scheduling is not the greatest because it creates drift. It's constant drift. It's a common dialogue. Most people say like, well, you can just wait and do it at your own leisure. I'm like, yeah, this is my own leisure. Right? So constantly shifting means that you're constantly shifting at your leisure. I don't particularly like, I'm not a fan as well. It's more like having both versus one or the other. I think the whole shifting thing causes me to shift my schedule consistently, because you're not going to complete where you start, but the start time is not consistent, right? It's kind of one of those things. If one is unable to appreciate that their scheduling is very lax, then it would be, oh, well, you just wait till tomorrow. It's not a marathon, you know, it's not a race, it's not a marathon, it's a marathon. But the one counter argument is a marathoner is consistently starting and stopping at similar times. It breeds consistency. Consistency is part of marathoning. It's not the other way around. So I think oftentimes when someone says like, why can't we set a time, like set a start time based on the start time, and then there would be your person who's been doing it for a while, and it's very valid that they say like, oh yeah, you know, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. You just wait till the next day. It's spaced out in a way that it's timed for you to do it, so you let them stack up and then you do it, right? That's not quite it. A marathoner is both consistent, and because of that consistency they can do something for a very long time. So if you're constantly dynamically adjusting for your start and stop times because of availability, that is something that is actually more of a sprint than a marathon. So those who are consistently shifting, if they're compelled to do so, actually against it. It's not the same as waiting for, like, worried about making mistakes and waiting for something. It's the idea of having both those options available to you so that you can remain more consistent. If causing someone consternation by unabling to buffer a consistent start time, that's like saying, well, you're just gonna go to sleep a little bit later each day. Yeah, you can continue to sleep and drift consistently in bed too, and you would still be consistent. You know, it's a marathon, right? But if your start time is constantly drifting, that doesn't necessarily mean the sleep is going to be able to be maintained. So those who have lax schedules, perhaps. But for myself, it's been a constant eyesore. It's definitely very different from HanziHero. HanziHero has a fixed time reset. A fixed time reset whatever the closest hour is, but it's fixed onto an hour. Right. So as long as you start before that time, reset comes after that time. It's a kind of a balance between both of them. It's weird, but you hear it each and every 2 weeks. Every 2 weeks or so in WaniKani, there's going to be someone who started WaniKani, and that's usually the discussion. And I think quite a majority of them have one-sided suggestions, or one-sided comments, I suppose, either on one side or the other side. When you can have both, you can definitely have both. We're doing reads only now, right? Yeah, we're on the 4th day. So let's go from reads, right, to definition. Saku, fence, me, alluring, Kawa, dry up. Hon, marriage. Yu, play. He, flag. Shou, illuminate. Kai, pleasant. Bean, poor. Eki, suitable. Yo, deposit. En, prolong. Yoku, the next or the following. Ron, Zan, look at. Natsu, nostalgia. Ooh, float. Roll. Leak. Wait. Is this right? No, this is ooh. I paused on it. Ooh. Float. Ooh, token. Pull. Purchase. Etsu, go beyond. Shoku, decorate. Soul, boisterous. Hai, back. That's it. Photograph. Pull, steal. Nyo, smell. Nu, wet. Meh, niece. Not bad. 1 hour's time. Pretty reasonable. Alright, so that's a wrap for our WaniKani session today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up WaniKani, give it a try. Let me know what you think. You're more than welcome always to yap, exchange some ideas, talk about strategies, methods, keep each other motivated. Until next time, minasan, mata ne. Mite kurete arigato. Right, thanks for watching. I'm gonna get up, stretch, walk around a little bit, and I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you. Alright, welcome back everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第300306天 It is day 306. Thanks, Bree. Howdy. Alright. Got 160 today. Interesting. Alright, so we have 5 things to cover. Yesterday was a bit of a bumpy road, but we did get the opportunity to meet a new person yesterday. Okay, so we have Luo Hu. Settle. Sometimes to settle falls to picking a door and walking through it, right? That's our new thing. Jaw. Brick. High-tech clothes. Dexterous fingers. Throwing a hook to catch someone without pricking them. That's James Bond. Chang. Factory. Charlie Bound. Having to obey the oppression of the esteemed foreman priest down in the basement of the chapel, right? Or having a labor factory. Dong building. It's the Eastwind building that is where Dracula is going to target in the temple. And the weakest is probably Jie. It's clean, and at the moment we're basically either relying on the idea that we have to imagine Jimmy using a sword or blade to cut some beanstalk, like some beanstalks and some silk to make like a special cleaning device in which he uses a high-tech spray in combination to clean up the generator in the electricity plant. That sounds very convoluted. Or we use ketsu for the same thing in Japanese, although the Japanese one is also convoluted. It's the tsunami that will cut through the thread of life and wash it all clean or purify all of it. It's kind of more of a negative way of looking at it, but neither are very, very strong. All right, let's get into our lesson. Our lessons.
每逢
Mei Feng. Every Feng? What the Feng? Wait. It comes every time? Oh, okay. Come upon every time. Yeah, okay.
每逢富翁
Wealthy. Hoang. Hoang is elderly. Oh yeah, elderly man. Yeah, man of wealth. Hoang.
富翁。婚姻。
婚姻. Marriage. Yeah. 婚姻. Oh, that's interesting. 婚姻 before 结婚. Oh no. We already have 结婚, right? I would be very surprised. No. We have 结婚, right? Yes, we do. Okay. 婚姻. Interesting.
婚姻。显赫。
显赫. Distinguish. 显 obvious. 赫. Obvious, glorious. Sounds distinguished to me. Illustrious. Ooh, that's a fancy one. Illustrious. I haven't used that in some time. Distinguished. Haven't used distinguished in a while as well. Fancy. Illustrious.
显赫。死刑。
死刑. Death. And 刑. Death punishment. Death penalty.
死刑。
Okay.
美房。
美房.
死刑。显赫。婚姻。富翁。
翁. Alright.
血淋淋。
血淋淋. Blood 淋淋. Drench. Blood drench. Okay.
血淋淋。
血淋.
百万富翁。
百万富翁. 百万富翁. 100, yeah. 110,000 or millionaire. Million rich man of wealth. Millionaire. 百万富翁.
百万富翁。刑事。
刑事. Punishment matter. Punishment matter. Criminal. Yeah, penal. Criminal as in not the noun, but criminal as in the descriptor.
刑事。担心。
担心. Red heart. Loyal. That's interesting. As opposed to black heart. Okay. I got you.
担心。
担心. Does it have an active care? No. Interesting.
吴国。
吴国. Oh my gosh, the Wu state.
吴国。血淋淋。担心。
It kind of reminds me of 担心 as in like... Hey, hang on. Let's see. It's a combination of... what is kind? Nope. I'm thinking of something. Kind-hearted. Oh no, it's the other way around. Oh no, that's not what I'm thinking of. Worry? Am I thinking of worry? I'm thinking of something that sounds like this. And it kinda has a similar overlapping meaning.
形式
It might come to me later. 百万富翁
百万富翁吴国
I might get that mixed up for a
米粒
country actually. 米粒 rice grain makes sense.
米粒卵
Run. Oh hey, we finally got egg. This egg. We're just talking about this. Oh, we have extra characters this time. 2 extra. Look, Skywalker is in the basement of the pawn shop, where he is processing a bunch of eggs they have recently received. Pawn shop? He gets a postage stamp and puts it on each egg using an iron to stamp on it gently. Then drop the eggs gently into a pile on the floor in the basement. Luke? Luke doing this? The whole time I was thinking it was Link. I still haven't really decided how Luke works. He's very isolated. Maybe he's doing it in a dingy basement. Alright, we'll stick to this for now. Yulun. Changlun. Changlun. Isn't that product though? Dang. Okay. I'll take a bit.
卵
Run. Interesting.
秋
Chill mound. Okay. Something up mound. Oh no. Kirby is in front of the bakery where there's a mound of discarded croissants on the grass. He sucks them all up, but it's too much. He himself turned into a flattened pink mound. Alright, fair enough. That's good enough for me. Xiaqiu, jiaqiu, xiangqiu. Alright, anthill. Yiqiu. I don't think I have ant yet. It does have bug in it. And then heal. Are we using? No, we're not. Other character. Interesting. I was thinking maybe like Qilgang or something.
Qiu. Zheng
Zheng, a kite. You know, you look like Zheng and not look like Zheng at the same time. But I'll take it. It's Zheng with some bamboo. James Bond is in front of the Englishman playing with his bamboo kite. He wears a pair of cleats as he runs around the immaculate lawn. He uses a pen as a spool to wrap up all the spare kite thread. Okay, sure. The butler is mad that he is messing up the lawn, begin to chase and hit James Bond with a stick. Okay. It's making him sound like child. James Bond is in front of the English manor, keeping an eye on his affluent target. A rich kid. A rich kid wearing cleats, running around, flying a bamboo kite. He uses, so James uses a high-tech spy pen to keep track of his position. Yep. Okay. Zheng. Fun Zheng. Makes sense. Fun Zheng. Fun Zheng. Oh, whoa. Hoang Fun Zheng. No, that makes sense. Okay.
征坤
Quinn. Descendants. Oh, intriguing. Still some characters that I know. Koopa is in front of the infirmary with all of his descendants. Sure. A bunch of mini Koopas, no taller than a foot. Good description. There are thousands of these little dudes. He makes them go into their shell and then puts them one on top of each other into a giant stack of descendants. He's trying to stack them all the way to the sun. Okay. Doctors stand there ready to assist if the stack tumbles. Okay. So we have Koopa in front of the infirmary. Getting ready for the daily checkup, right? Checkup during the day. Getting ready for checkup day. We have a lot of descendants, right? There are a lot of descendants being turtles. I guess being turtles, carrying stacks of paper for the nurses, for the doctors. Let's see. Quinchong. Oh yeah, that's right. Quinchong for insects. Quinn checks out.
坤米粒征坤
This one's kind of rough.
秋
Yo.
卵卷
Oh, you know what? I kind of know what I can do for Lan. Oh, we'll come back around to it tomorrow. Jen, do you look like Jen? You actually do look like Jen. Got some bonuses today. Alright, Julius Caesar is in the bathroom of the pawn shop fighting over a headdress that was for sale. We're gonna swap it up now, right? I'm pretty sure this combination is fairly regular. So Jen Xiang is using a different one. Dang it. We got Chen. Alright. And we just got Jen. There's another Jen. Yep, and then a Chen. Alright, so we're gonna use scroll for this one. Starting now. So Julius is in the bathroom. of the pawn shop. Taking a break. Tired from managing the shop, or maybe tired from shopping. He has a bunch of slender men carrying and dealing with menial, I don't know, carrying his haul of items for his campaign, his future campaign. Alright. To be tired of. Yeah, Jen. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I can see that. Languid. Hold up. Let me make sure. A nuance of languid. I like how the adjective description is also fanciful. It's like displaying or having a disinclination for physical exertion or effort. Slow and relaxed. Okay. That sounds about right. I don't have a context for die though. Okay.
卷
Yeah.
分
Then fragrance. Oh, can this combine like 香氛 香氛. Frodo is in front of the infirmary where he is enjoying the fragrance of the flower while his wounds heal. Well, checks out. He takes out a small sword and uses that to cut down the flowers, further releasing their fragrance. Next to him is one of his co-adventurers, a strange creature that is covered in fins and wrapped in bandages. That's kind of okay. We can just we can use part instead. So Frodo, just a slight adjustment. Frodo is in front of the infirmary, right, where he is enjoying the fragrance of the flowers as he recovers from his grand journey. He is enjoying the fragrance as he walks through the different sections of flowers in the courtyard. Right? Okay. Alright. Is it? It's not. Oh, I don't have a reference for that either. Thing.
分
And fragrance.
修
Or fragrance. Xiu or shy. Oh hey, this thing does exist. Interesting. Yeah, that's also sheep. Sheep and clown. Oh, they decide to. Okay, I see. Interesting. I wonder why they use this typeset. Xena is in front of the bakery, getting ready to go in and buy some croissants. However, she is so shy that she stays outside. This is because a sheep and a clown are in front of the bakery door, snacking on some pastry. Xena's too shy to. Okay, that's like quite the opposite, actually. We're gonna flip-de-do this. So Xena is in front of her bakery as she, takes a break from warrior life. Oh, their pops split. Break from warrior life. She noticed, in an effort to attract attention, attract attention. She noticed a shy clown. A shy clown performer, right? Like a shy performing clown with a companion sheep. Approached them and offered some of the croissants she had prepared for the day. Clown. Okay. Or jester. We could change it into jester as opposed to clown every once in a while. Shame. Interesting. Shy and shame. Oh, no examples.
修
Oh.
抹
I would think maybe like what? 羞耻 or 耻羞 maybe to smear. Do you look like a more? You kinda do. Yeah, you do. More. Okay. Alright. Kinda gives away which character this is. It's right side. Alright. Mario is in the basement of the office building where he is smearing on some white out to some documents. Okay, he has quite a pile of documents for the filing cabinet, uses his finger to smear out large amounts of documents. When he is done, he places them next to the dead tree that is in the corner of the ill-lit office basement. Oh, I forgot that's dead tree. What do we have? Blossoming tree is the reverse. The inverse thing. As opposed to jet. Dead tree. We could use end instead. As well. Alright. Which also kind of close to dead tree. Alright. So Mario is in the basement of the office building. Finalizing some paperwork for his invoices from his plumbing job. He smeared and doctored and edited. He edited some invoices by correcting errors, and corrected errors by smearing white out with his fingers. End and finish. And I don't know. And end the day by sending them out. Alright. Alright. More matcha. More cha. Guess that's close enough. More cha. 2 more. Interesting. 2 more looks interesting.
抹
Oh.
几
A backbone. Jimmy Neutron. The heck is that? That's supposed to be a snowflake? Oh my word. That is very interesting modification. Wow. So this isn't a ghoul. I was hoping for Goofy. Backbone. What is the closest thing I have with... that doesn't look like a G. Yeah. Not something that comes to mind. This is gonna be a tough one. Jimmy Neutron, spine. Oh. Oh, it's not a G. G either. Or no, Li. I'm thinking of Li. But it could be Ji Lu or Lu Ji. Possibly. That's probably one of the examples. Jimmy Neutron is in the basement of the house where he is conducting a science experiment. Sure. It gives a person. Oh no. Oh wait. They're combining person. Oh, I like it. I like it. Yeah. It's kind of that is more apparent. I like it. It gives a person a pill that looks like a miniature moon with a snowflake stamped onto it. Sure. Or a moon shaped as opposed to a miniature moon. In the next second, the person's backbone begins to fall out into the fall off in the form of snowflakes before they fall onto the ground, paralyzed. Looks like Jimmy Neutron's new drug side effect is that it can destroy your backbone. Not sure how I feel about that. Well, it'll heal or something, you know. Healing is fine. We can pivot. Chan. Interesting. Mountain bridge. Where's my ghoul or something? Really? Oh, interesting. Liang? Oh. A backbone bridge. Oh, that's interesting. Man, I was expecting something like a ghoul or a backbone bone or something. Or structure. Oh. Yeah. This one's gonna be tough.
几
Tough. Okay.
卷
Good. Okay.
分
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
几
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
修
Hmm?
抹
Hmm? Okay. Oh, you know, I didn't characterize the type of... That's okay. I've been being a little bit more diligent in describing the body parts ascribed to the character. Guess I could add that. He has white gloves already. That's fine. Finalizing some paperwork for his invoices, not his invoices from his plumbing job. He edited and correct errors by smearing white out with his fingers, which is not a big deal since he wears white gloves anyways. Right? Hold up, let me double check. Yes. Alright. Actually, I need to take a quick bathroom break. Got a little bit of rubbly. I'll be right back. Alright, let's hop into these reviews. No whammies, no whammy.
关
What the... Alright. I obviously didn't think that through.
催眠
孕妇轻轻地哼着催眠曲，
Alright. Darn it.
默契，
兄弟之间常常有默契。
抽筋，
我晚上睡觉时常常抽筋。
交织，
红黑双色线交织。
弓，沙粒，
沙粒卡在我的鞋子里。
Whoops, that's sand grading.
蝾螈，
冗员太多会影响工作效率。
Staff. It's fine.
盈利，
餐厅需要控制成本以确保盈利。
暴风雨。
暴风雨，
暴风雨造成了停电。
轻盈，
他的舞步充满轻盈的节奏。
Like in life.
伤脑筋，
这个情况让很多人伤脑筋。
Oops.
契约，
我们必须遵守契约的条款。
What? Oh. I didn't look at the bottom.
Liu,
Good morning, drama. Wait. You're really up early, aren't you? Oh, no. It's almost 5 a.m. Oh, no, wait. You're really up early. What the? I thought you said 5 a.m. is when you're up. It's barely 4. Or I guess it's almost 4. It's almost 3? Wait. Did I do my maths wrong? Oh, yeah, I did do my maths wrong. Sorry. You fell asleep yesterday really early? Oh, okay. Yeah, I did my maths wrong. I was rounding down, not up. I see. So, do you just go through the day as per usual when you wake up this early? Oh wait, it's the weekend. Do you work on weekends? Oh no, wait. It's Friday actually. Sorry, it's Friday. Oh no, it's Saturday. It's Saturday. No. You don't work on weekends. Okay. Sorry, I'm like the hour is the next day. Yeah. Like you have to adjust for speaking across the day. Usually I don't talk to Europeans in the later hours. We talk in the earlier hours, the evening hours, like 12 hours or 8 hours before, not the following day. I had to look at my calendar. I didn't actually know the day of the week. Yeah. The problem was I didn't know it was Friday today. Here, over here. Definitely unusual for you? Oh, okay. What was it that allowed you to sleep early? The fetch quest for what? Willow. That was from yesterday. So I have a question for you. Your avatar strikes me as something from a manhua, and then you have a quote that sounds like it would come from a manhua. Do you watch donghua or read manhua at all? Or do you just happen to know how to read simplified Chinese? And you speak Chinese? Are you multinational? What is your primary language actually? You went skating, was really exhausted? Oh, okay. I was looking at your Discord profile. It's an interesting phrase. It just strikes me as something from a manhua. And the artwork strikes me as something from such things too. Oh, it's from War Thunder. That's interesting. And the phrase is from a Chinese song? Yeah. So do you know Chinese? Interesting. War Thunder has some interesting flat hand-drawn stuff. So you play War Thunder, huh? Do you play War Thunder at all? No, you don't know Chinese? That's interesting. I was gonna ask you some stuff. Uh-oh. Sword and headdress. No dice. Your parents are Russian, German. Okay, so your languages are German, English, Russian, and Japanese. Ah. Multicultural. I like it. I'm not surprised. Not in the way that you might be thinking. More in the way that our chance meeting has increased dramatically knowing that. But it's more like a coincidence after the fact, right? So we're looking for coincidences after the fact.
"挖掘
他在挖掘一个大洞。
Oops, that's dig. I kind of think of digging and drilling as similar things.
颗粒
糖的颗粒看起来像水晶。
So you listen to Chinese songs. That's interesting. Can you tell me a little bit about the Chinese song? Like what is it that makes you want to use that phrase? The phrase is interesting. There's definitely like it's a poetic phrase, but it has a lot of nuance of meaning. Oops, that's Ting. Dang you!
催促
妈妈催促我快点吃饭。
风
And the sword and the headdress, though. Sword and headdress.
Ju.
But you got that phrase from somewhere else. You don't exactly remember where. A Chinese friend told you that in the middle of it is not necessarily Chuang Ho. Okay. Right. 时间的页面的 oh, so and that is so it rhymes since it's from a song. Yeah. That's how you find out that it's from a song. Oh, okay. Yeah, in songs, I'm not sure if you're familiar with it, but when you take lyrics, it's kind of funny. When you try to translate lyrics, they have like a, I don't know how common, like how current songs do it, but generally we're gonna conservatively say 50% of the time they kind of abandon or don't mind tonality or melodic pitch. So whenever it comes to like the lyrics, there's a compromise between maintaining tonality and the melody. And whenever, I experienced this when I was younger. I actually didn't explain this part, but the reason why I'm asking about your Chinese, and it's also gonna answer your first question you asked, like why both or how come. My parents are Chinese. They're from Fujian, or Fuzhou, the capital city, Fujian of the Fujian state or province. And I'm a heritage speaker, so I'm not sure if you can relate to this with your Russian, maybe, since you reside in Germany. But since my parents are Chinese, I didn't get schooled in Chinese. I got schooled in English. So I'm a heritage speaker. So I can't read Chinese. And I started 2 years ago to try to read Chinese. That doesn't mean I can't hear Chinese. Hearing and speaking and replying are separate from reading because I didn't do any reading. And a lot of times, how is this related to the song thing? When I was growing up, you can't read or write Russian as well. Yeah, that's the, I'm not sure if you're familiar with this term. Growing up in Germany, but in the United States, it's very common for Asian second gens. So like me, I was raised in a different country from my parents were. Outside of, like, you're raised in Germany, so one of your parents happens to be German. Both my parents are Chinese, so the principal language and the common language ends up taking over, and then you become what's called a heritage speaker in the language that the country is not nationalized in. And this is the term that I have come to use to describe American second generation immigrants, or of immigrant family. The second gen is that your parents are the ones that moved, or at least one of your parents have moved, and you're raised in a country that is separate from either both or one of your parents. And then what happens is speech becomes the predominant thing, and listening. So usually you just speak and respond, right, and listen. And because of that, I have a funny little anecdote. How does this line up? I'm not sure if Russian has any of these issues, but in Chinese, you know, we talk about tonality. It's like the pitch accent, right? In Japanese, there's pitch accent. Now, sometimes in Japanese, not all the time, but sometimes in Japanese, when your pitch accent is really off, it will sound weird, but it will also change the meaning, right? Sometimes in Japanese. Not all the time. In fact, it's rarer than it is, it's more the exception than the rule. If your pitch accent is off, it just sounds weird a lot of times. In Chinese, you need to maintain the tone in order to have the correct word. So when I was growing up and I listened to Chinese, like I watch, Cantonese programming and Mandarin programming, whenever a song comes on, a drama show always have like an intro song or an ending song. Whenever those songs come on, I can't understand anything they're saying. And the only way I can understand them is through the repetition of how common the melody lines up with a specific phrase. So then you learn the lyrics, you learn to hear the common melody, and then you know what they're singing about. So when it comes to writing the lyrics out, oftentimes the lyrics would not sound like what they're singing, or vice versa. So whenever you're hearing what they're singing, I'm like, all right, you write those letters, now I can write some of the stuff out. You write it out, it's like, I don't understand what this lyric is saying. And it's largely because in the language, songwriters kind of choose whether they want to keep the tonality or not. So whenever, in my opinion, when your Chinese friend said that "duh" is not necessarily the same thing in the phrase, it's because probably the tonality or the pitch changed in order to make it sound better, or like sound like a melodic, to keep the melodic consistency versus like your song. So it's really interesting to me to ask if someone else knows another language that is tonally restricted in communication and what their music sounds like, and what their music. And the really interesting thing about this is I have the same problem in English. So because I'm used to tonality, when I was very young, I have the same problem with English lyrics. And not so much in the sense of I can't understand what the sentence is. When I'm following the melody, the words in English are so defined by their consistency that sometimes I drop English words and then I lose the lyrics in general. And this happens even more when someone's singing with an accent. So like it is so hard for me. When I was growing up, I thought I was legitimately tone deaf. In fact, now being like much older and understanding, it's actually the opposite. I don't listen to music tone deaf. I actually listen to music with tones. And because of that, it makes lyrics really difficult for me to discern. Like, people feel where they're going, but they're not necessarily tone deaf. They're tone indifferent to it. They pay attention to the flow of the words. I pay attention to the sound of the words. And that's kind of where that funny thing about Chinese music comes from, where there are Chinese, when you're listening to Chinese, you're paying attention to the tone of you're specifically listening to the relationship of the pitches and the pitch changes and levels of it on top of it. So whenever I'm listening to English songs, I'm like, I don't understand. Did I miss a word or something when I was younger? And now it's a little bit less because I'm learning to pay attention to the words as they're forming. But man, I don't know if you're going to be ever interested in learning Chinese. I would say if you're already listening to pitch accent, like I'm sure you're like picking up on pitch accent now. On pitch accent, Chinese, it really emphasizes and helps accentuate how sensitive you are to tone shifts, like pitch shifts. So it gets to a point where I almost feel like if you listen to Chinese already, Japanese pitch accent is not as like subtle, because oftentimes people talk about how subtle Japanese pitch accent is. I feel like Japanese pitch accent like slaps you in the face, largely because hearing and paying attention to tone shifts and pitches in speech is very important to me. Like that's what I use to read people, right? That's like if we're having a conversation, if I meet you IRL, right? Like for example, and people speak English, while English doesn't have a function, like a semantic function for pitch, volume, stress, and length, knowing a language that has some irregularities or differences in managing those things allow you to use it to define someone's speaking patterns in English. So you know how an actor, I love actors, like how they're able to do it even without being able to explain it. So they have so much experience in which they pay attention to the specific qualities of someone's speech pattern or an accent speech pattern. And what they do is they imitate. They are able to capture through observation, imitate and reproduce those sounds. So they are effectively doing what I'm trying to describe here. When I listen to music, I don't listen to the comprehension of the word, like the meanings that are being linked together. I listen to the sounds and the quality of the sound it's making. So I tend to listen to something and I can imitate it, but the meanings and the other complexity stuff comes later. So sometimes I'd be like looking at this pattern, right? And I know what it sounds like. And then the meaning comes from that sound. So because my life has been surrounded by using my ears and speaking as opposed to writing a lot of times, like even in English, I actually listen to people more than I actually write. Now, it's such a weird experience when I'm trying to understand how other people are so able to understand something without actually hearing the whole thing. It's been a wild ride through childhood like that. For you, it's the other way around. You gotta learn to hear pitch. Okay. Yeah, like for example, to that, you remember that you listened to K-pop but thought it was English because you were just vibing. Yeah. See, that's the part where I talk about that with other friends and stuff quite a bit, where like what part of it makes it sound English, right? Because that's kind of the part that I can eventually relate to someone. So when you vibe something and it feels like it's English, but it's another language, that's the part that I like about learning more than one language. There is a I don't know if it's a German. There's a singer in the UK. I forgot who told me this, and I watched the video where it's an old singer, an Italian. I think it was an Italian singer. Where they were making nonsensical words. The whole song was nonsensical. I think it was like a really early one. It's like a back in the days of Elvis Presley kind of situation. And they were making nonsensical words. But when you listen to the song, it sounds like English. But he didn't say any English words at all. I'm pretty sure it was an Italian singer. Hold up. I don't know if you've seen this, but apparently... Oh, wait. Let me see if it's Italian or British. Oh yeah, Italian singer. The Gibberish song. 1972. Yes, 1972. Adriano Celentano. I don't know how to pronounce Italian names, but let's just say that that person released a hit that it's basically gibberish, but it sounds like English. And that's what I mean by people who focuses on the sound quality of something prior to understanding what the upper meaning is. And I always wondered what that's like when people are listening to music or watching subtitle, like, you know, if you're watching anime right now, technically you spent a lot of your life watching something you don't understand, but you heard it a bunch of times. So the question is, when you go to learn the language finally, does it match up, right? And the way I'm learning Chinese is that I'm trying to get the characters to match the sounds in my head. Like the sounds that I'm aware of, and the sounds are matching up with the characters, as opposed to having the characters tell me what the sounds are. Now I can do both. Like now, eventually you can do both ways because you learn the connection, right? However, it's really interesting whenever I talk to people who are learning Japanese. They're like, oh, yeah, like naruhodo, right? Naruhodo, I just got that in WaniKani, and I'm like, oh, that's how naruhodo is written. But you hear it all the time. I mean, it's almost as common as emoshiroi, right? Where it's like interesting, or I see like a response, but you don't know what it is yet. You just know that the sound just keeps coming up all the time. Like, oh yeah, it's, and then you have a general feel for it. It's like, oh yeah, it's like in the beginning of a melody, right? Like what I mean by a melody is a sentence, right? And naruhodo tends to be in the beginning. Or so desu ka, right? So desu ka, somewhere in between. Like so desu ka is like a bridge between sentences. So you kind of have this understanding that, oh yeah, it's something something, someone responds with this, and then something something else. Or ano ne, you know, ano ne, or ano kore, right? And then you always hear the kore wa, like, you know, like all the wa at the end of a fragment, because it's kind of the thing. And like you know, sugoi ne, like it's interesting. I almost feel like you can make a really fun multilingual song that is like neither any of the songs. You can probably get a song to sound Japanese without being Japanese while speaking English, but it has no English words in it. That'd be kind of fun. I don't think there's a market for this, but it would be kind of fun experiment. Do you ever watch those YouTube content where someone describes another language using the common language that you have? Like, I don't know if this is popular for German speakers. I know a few German content creators that do this, where they do some limited one where they would use German. It's like, this is what German Japanese sounds like, or German Chinese sounds like. I know English is the safe bet because English inherently have accents, but it's really fun whenever I come across one of those people. Like, what does a German speaker accent of various things sound like? Like, what does a German speaking Japanese sound like? Not a German who's trying to sound Japanese, but a German reading Japanese. English has all the examples because English is the lingua de franca. You haven't seen that kind of videos? I think it's super interesting. Obviously, English ones are the most common ones. You know, like, what if I ask you, what do you think a Indian accent English speaker sounds like? I'm sure you have some ideas already. Or like, what does a English speaking Italian sound like? but I'm talking about with a different language. So like, what does a German reading Japanese sound like? And I've been doing this for fun. I don't know if people like this stuff. It could be very cringy or something. Like when you're reading this, right? How do you get into the Japanese mode? Well, this is character, like character, but you could say karakteru, karakteru, right? Or cha could work too, like charakudeteru, right? And then you can do like puro. See, I'm already doing the katakana thing. Like when I see this, I see puro, not pro. Like so puro nun, right? Puro nun, ooh, nun maybe like nunkia, nunkia te, nunkia ti, nunkia tion, oh nunkyo shon, like shion, right? That's kind of what I'm thinking of when you're trying to think of how other people would pronounce things. Yeah, you've seen the English version, but you're not really watching German content. Oh, okay. Are you like generally not interested in German content? Like, have you seen the show The Dark? Are you a Dark fan? I really like Dark. Dark was probably the most German thing that I've watched in the last 4 or 5 years. Okay, there are others, but they're more like Hollywood German. Dark was German. Yeah, Dark. It's the sci-fi show. It was put out by Germany, in German. Yeah, the sci-fi show. I tend to watch whatever. I'm a bit agnostic to where shows and movies and stuff come from. If they're current and trendy, I'll try to catch up on them. And Dark is one of them. Dark is kind of like during the Stranger Things era. When Stranger Things was picking up and all that, Dark also landed in that position. Dark sci-fi, like horror, not necessarily horror gore, but horror sci-fi. Ish. Paranormal. I guess you can throw in paranormal. No German content, huh? Or like it definitely not in the German movie scene. Yeah, I haven't seen a German movie. Sorry, Dark is a TV show. I haven't I don't remember the last German movie I watched. I watch movies that are depictions of Germany. So what I mean is they're usually Hollywood depictions. So they're usually things that are of comedy nature, and it plays on regular German stereotypes, like caricatures. It's like your token German character next to your token like Chinese character and whatnot. They're meant for satire. Most of the time, Hollywood depiction of German culture is most, I think it's most ubiquitous in a satire or parody. And you can probably guess what I'm not mentioning right now. It's usually that time period, you know, like World War time periods and whatnot. There is another TV show that kind of takes that place. Have you seen High Castle? Or is it High Water? I think it's High Castle. It's something in the High Castle. Wait, hold up. The title, I forgot what the title is. It's still, The Man in the High Castle. That is an American production, but it's The Man in the High Castle. It's contextualized. It's alt history, alternative history, sci-fi. So alternative history, and it still deals with the World War period. Yeah, this is dealing with a parallel universe. So alt history about post World War II or during World War II, where that period of World War II-ish thing. It's an alt history. That's usually the most common like English Americanized production stuff. Dark was not though. Dark was kind of lovely. Right now for Japanese, I guess I didn't tell you what did I tell you? Oh yeah, I did tell you yesterday. I'm currently watching Alice in Borderland, the season 3 of Alice in Borderland. Arisu, I don't know, Arisu Borderland. I guess you would use like maybe Ken? Something Ken for border. Oh, yeah. You haven't told you? Okay. But you know the show? Yeah. It's an anime as well. I'm watching the live action. Alice in Borderland. Yeah. I'm trying to think. It would use Jing, boundary. It's kind of like so Borderland has a long history. You didn't know it's an anime, only seen live action? Ah, I see. So that was during the like the Squid Game era. You know, the Squid Game era where life and death. I mean, Squid Game era is actually the second gen. The first gen era was Battle Royale. And then between Battle Royale and this is a generational separation. So this is the second coming of Battle Royale, which is the Squid Game. And during Squid Game, Alice in Borderlands came out too. It's the game, you know, Battle Royale thing. This was in the 90s, and these are the 2000s. Usually, generational. I'm not sure if you pay attention to I mean, software engineering has the same loops. In technology, it's about 10-year generational, creatively generational cycle. It might be getting shorter because of how fast technology is moving. In terms of like movies and creativity, usually it's like every 10 years or every sets of 10 years, so roughly 20 years, like a generation, like an 18 or 13 or 18 years, where there's like a second cycle of ideas, right? Basically a flip for the new kiddos. And Squid Game is like the Battle Royale of my childhood. When I was growing up, it's Battle Royale, the Japanese concept of putting everyone in a game, and it's the last man surviving situation. Then it was reiterated. This might actually be third generation. It was a slight second generation of this concept, but then Squid Game came out, and then Alice in Borderland, and you kind of already get that feeling. The moment you watch Alice in Borderland, you're like, oh yeah, it's a Battle Royale or like a game, life and death game theme. I don't know if you've seen Battle Royale. It's a pretty big classic, I would say, in terms of that type of thing. It's right at the turn of the century. Battle Royale film was right at the turn of the century. I think it's I almost want to say it's exactly year 2000. Like January 1st or something. Oh no, it's not. The manga series was early. The film that I'm talking about is 2000. The manga series was 19 at the end of 1980s. And then there was a novel in 1999, and then the film was adapted from the novel. Oh no, you haven't seen it? Do you like that type of thing? The death game? it's pretty. I think the early concepts were quite on par. Yeah, the concept of death game, like life and death, high stake gaming. Yeah, I think Squid Game and Alice brought it to the new generation. I recently watched like the season 3.2 of Squid Game, you know, like the other half of the third season. Obviously this is Korean. Alice in Borderlands is Japanese. You enjoy Squid Game season 1 and Alice season 1? Ah, okay. Battle Royale is a great film. I think the 2000 film, Battle Royale, is a great way to see what was before. So if you're in your like 30s, like, you know, like me, if you're in your 30s, this would be where Squid Game, so people who enjoyed Battle Royale, is individuals who would say, oh yeah, all right, Squid Game, nice. Alice, nice. Like, that's where it's from. What else is coming to fruition nowadays? You're 22? Yeah, so it would be Squid Game then, and Alice. Yeah, because you would have been you wouldn't have been born yet for Battle Royale. Yeah, I was 13. Yeah, I was 13, something around there. That sounds about right. I actually watched Battle Royale when I was a little older, like 16, 17. It was a couple years after being a teenager. That's when Japanese films became more popular. When I was closer to my graduating high school is when Japanese films had a great Western audience. So that's during like Ringu and Grudge. I've got what the Japanese word for grudge is. Maybe something with revenge, evil put together. Maybe aku or something. But Grudge, you know, like the Japanese horror scene broke out in the West. I'm not sure if it's the same in Germany, but it broke out. Actually, you have a WaniKani related question? Sure. And I'll wait while I try to kind of scoot through this a little bit. Finger axe. Oh.
是
Sure. Oh no. Huh? Or is it Jie? It's probably Jie. Jie不同? That doesn't sound right. Oh no. 截然不同.
截然不同，
他们的观点截然不同。
Like totally different? Or vastly different? You use the mobile app, oh, Kame-same, yeah. And in there you use Anki mode for review. Yeah, would you say that's not as effective as the regular review method? Can you describe to me what that means? Like, can you describe to me what is it that is different and what is considered regular? Yeah, Tsurukami. I'm aware of the stuff. Tsurukami either. I know that it's a very common miss thing, but those aren't mentioned before. So can you, like, I haven't actually used Anki, and I don't actually know what Anki mode means, and I don't know what a regular review method is. So if you can describe like the characteristics, maybe you can describe the differences, and then I'll infer that the rest stays the same. That might be something that I could make a comment about. You're probably gonna get a really cop-out like combination of pros and cons from me. Oh, I don't want to get your hopes up. 图书馆. Oh, I wrote the wrong tone. 図書館, right? 図書館. 图書館.
图书馆，
我在图书馆工作。
That's a library, of course. Oh, a dig. 峰会，
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 许多领导人出席了峰会。
挺，
You get a review item, okay, and you don't type in the reading or the meaning. You just remember it in your head and tap to continue. That is interesting. Huh. So that's what it means. You just solved something that I wasn't motivated to look into, or like you provided a very important distinction that I had no idea. So that's what people mean when they say Anki mode. Intriguing. So I want to break down something. So yesterday we talked about active and passive, right? And I think we can both agree Anki mode is if we're using a Likert scale. Let's not use zeros and ones, so no zeros and ones. We're gonna use a Likert scale, right? Passive being on one hand. One can probably argue if this is the center, right? Anki mode is towards the passive side, right? Now, when I was talking about active and passive, you could also introduce two other things. Are you energetic at the moment? Or are you, sorry, it's the other way. So when you're active, you're often in an energetic state. Right? Can you go make out? Oh yeah, sure. Let me know. Let me know when you come back with the tea first. And then I have lots of thoughts about that. Heck. Bill? What? 反之, how do I screw this up? 反之什么亦然?
反之亦然。
他喜欢他，反之亦然。
I don't remember you, sword and headdress person. I really thought you were... How am I getting you mixed up with some... Sword and headdress?
凳，
I don't know. Why?
仙境，
Oh, this
这里
was what I
看
was
起
talking
来
about
像一个仙
Borderland.
境。
Borderland is such a coincidence. This is Borderland that I was thinking of. Wonderland or Paradise. It could be, this is probably what Alice in Wonderland is referring to. Or Alice in Borderland. It's probably this. That explains a lot about the themes of Alice in Borderland as well. Because they talk about paradise, death, afterlife as well. This is probably what they would use. Something that deals with border, basically Jing. But I'm not sure if this character is going to hold up in Japanese. Curious. And then it's kind of humorous because I'm talking to myself, sorry. Alice in Borderland is kind of like Alice in Wonderland because it's a play on paradise and Wonderland and Fairyland, which is where I thought was really funny. It was such a coincidence that I started watching season 3 of Alice in Borderland. And then when they were in Japanese, they kept talking about like paradise and life and death and afterlife. I'm like, wait a minute, why does this sound so familiar? I don't actually have this terminology yet in Japanese. So the thing is, the context around it make it sound like this character right here. Yeah, Xianjing. The boundaries between mortality and immortality, right? Boundary, immortal. It's interesting. I have to think about it in the future after I finish watching.
府
I don't think I'm gonna rest too much on it. It is trend. Oh man. Alright, we're just gonna... Actually, no, we should improve this. Because the voucher thing isn't pulling too much here. It's not pulling enough weight. I think I wrote Chen instead of Chen. So maybe we can work with something there. What in the world?
料
Oh no, not again. We worked on this. Yeah. Oh.
允许
允许。发疯。
发疯
我以为他会发疯。
Heck. Become crazy. Go crazy. Go insane. Oh, so they don't use crazy? Oh, they do use crazy. Oh, they just don't take crazy alone. Okay. Fair enough. That's
Chen.
disappointing. Chen. Whoops. Voucher. Voucher. 铁轨。
铁轨
这条铁轨已经使用了很多年。
Fair enough.
铜
So what happened here? Heck. Wait. Oh no. The double body parts. Not again with the double body parts. Oh, those body parts are gone. We're back. How do you like your tea? Why do I not know? What? Oh. Okay. Son of a bee sting? Give me a sec. Oh no, that's hide. In sense of how you currently like the taste? Either. Yeah, it was unfortunately it was intentionally vague. Also heard that a water boiler is uncommon. Is that true? I don't know how that's perpetuated, but I can't really speak for other Americans, but my parents have kettles. It's just black tea and you like it. You're talking about a water kettle. That's actually that's a home appliance that has, maybe it's not that uncommon anymore, but you know, a device like this. Yeah, a kettle. Yeah, my parents use a kettle. My parents also used to use the coffee maker, like this thing too. Which, the reason maybe the stereotype is because the coffee machine also is a kettle. And then yeah, people microwave their water, right? It's largely due to appliance availability. So the people that you probably notice that microwave their thing is because they probably don't have these. They don't drink coffee and or heat water. But these things do exist. My parents have all three of these. The house has all three of these. Actually, we kind of phased out the coffee maker for this and microwave. Yeah, I'm not sure where the stereotype is perpetuated, in the sense that I guess the difference is knowing that these things do exist. And the reason for this is largely how multifunctional something is. I would say is the root of the stereotype. So a microwave is far more multifunctional than this. So oftentimes, if you're looking at common people, you're probably looking at content creators. And content creators typically do not have like other luxuries. They tend to be like college students or younger people who microwave things. Yeah, actually, most of the time, the thing that I did most of my life is I take a pot, because I don't have a microwave at the time. So if we don't want to use microwave, we pour water into a pot and put it over a burner. In fact, a lot of times, sensible. What does that mean? Yeah, so usually it's a water pot. So you boil water in a pot. Uncomprehensible? What? Uncomprehensible. Oh, okay. I think it's functional. So microwaving water is like, so someone who can't, like, I'm not gonna put you in a box, but if you say that it's incomprehensible, right? Incomprehensible that you would microwave water. It's like kind of having a knife and you decided you need a chopper. So if you already have the knife, which is the microwave, then what the microwave can do tends to be more resourceful. That's probably what I mean. So it's functional. That's where the stereotype comes from, in my opinion. It's functional because the microwave is the thing that gets used more often, as opposed to appropriateness. I guess it's incomprehensible because you think it's appropriate. In the kitchen of like the people who do these things, they talk about functionality. So a microwave can do both. The idea is the microwave gets used more often. The kettle, while it can boil a lot of things, it has limited uses. And I think a lot of times appropriateness comes from luxury, or having lots of things. So typically it's kind of like someone who has 6 knives versus someone who has one knife. And then to take it to the next level, you would have something for chopping. Maybe it's also cultural. It is. Culture is at the top of everything. So the things I'm describing is underneath culture. Functionality is underneath culture. Americans, when portrayed through the lifestyle choices of the internet, most people are talking about functionality. And it's funny because when that functionality is replaced with appropriateness, then you start getting to the conversation of one task utility. Here's one that is a new one. A new one that is, instead of using kettle, we use air fryer. So instead of talking about kettle, the new kettle debate. The new kettle debate is Americans and air fryers. The idea is that this is trying to quote unquote replace or substitute for the functionality of something. Now, when it comes to established history, me and Procall talked about this yesterday, about established history. Usually places that are culturally established on traditionalism would typically view establishing trends as reinventing the wheel. So this is bred into the cultural places. So when you think about kettle, you see tradition. Like, it's traditionally acceptable that a kettle is used to boil water. In a younger place, that is represented by a stereotype of trends. They tend to focus on functionality because those things do not exist yet. So the stereotype is not coming from older people per se, in my opinion. This is my opinion. I don't have the greatest amount of stats. Older opinions, it's coming from the portrayal of younger people using what functional things they have, not, and when you say maybe it's also cultural, it's literally cultural. from someone who is raised in a country that have a longer tradition. So like, I agree with you. Guess what my parents use? They use a kettle. And they don't only use a kettle, they use something older than a kettle, a pot. And we're not talking about British teapots. They use a pot over an open flame. Because they are Chinese. So before, it took them quite a long time before they got a coffee maker. And what do they use for the coffee maker? Just to make water. Like hot water. They don't use the coffee maker to make coffee. They used it to get hot water in order to make tea. And then over the years, they had coffee and tea. So now they have a coffee maker. And then now what they do is because of functionality, now they have a kettle. So then the kettle is used to complement the coffee. We didn't go further. Like, usually now people have espresso machines. And they're not really espresso machines for the sake of only espresso, but it's more like those multifunctional machines that allows you to produce espresso and coffee. So Americans are often portrayed from a young culture looking for functionality. And the biggest one right now is the air fryer. Like, if you're looking at an air fryer, right, and you're in a country that has a long cultural existence for using something else called a stove, a broiler, maybe even a grill, or a large pot. That's what the air fryer is trying to replace. So nowadays, the new stereotype is, man, why do Americans like air fry everything? Like, you know, if you watch a video, it would be something like, oh yeah, you can make crispy chicken wings in the air fryer with this quick move. And then it's usually, I'm gonna be honest, it's usually either Germany, Italy, or the UK. Oftentimes the comment is like, hot oil, fry it over a stovetop. Like, what's so amazing about an air fryer? And it's probably not as good. Like, you know, like, this is probably quote unquote better. And the thing is, there's a stereotype for young audience. It's functionality and convenience, right? And you've heard this before. What is the most common stereotype culturally about Americans? Convenience, at the cost, and even a lot of times at the cost of quality. It has to be good enough. If it's good enough and it's convenient enough, like, you can hear the most serious things, like, you know, fast food, for example. That's its function. Oftentimes it's function over quality. And in this case, quality can be presented in itself in appropriateness. And I totally understand that. And that still exists now. It generally exists now. Americans, the current generation, like most of the ones that you'll see online, like that are perpetuating representation, function is a cultural thing. It's absolutely a cultural thing. Like, for example, right now we're talking about WaniKani, right? We're talking about WaniKani and HanziHero. Well, we're about to. That's function. You're valuing function. And my study methods, it prioritizes quality, not function. So speed, convenience is the opposite of what I do when I study. I focus on doing like slow taxing things to find reward. I'm not looking for fast, convenient, and easy. So the internet, that's what I classify as why the current internet space. The current internet space is Americanized. I'm not saying other countries don't contribute to the internet and shaping the internet, but you can see that the major companies shape like app design and software, and oftentimes it is Americanized because it comes with functionality gains. And the functionality gain means that you learn less, like you have less knowledge or less understanding for more output, right? So when you're designing a software, what you're trying to do is you're trying to get someone to do something, but get to the results fast. It can end up being sloppy, but good enough. And so the air of Americanization is when you think of capitalism, it's about releasing something that is good enough. It's never about the most appropriate thing. Most appropriate, highest quality, right? You hear this stereotype all the time. Highest quality is about good enough and max quantity. Like we just gotta throw him out, print him out. So whenever you think of a microwave, that is the air of Americanization. When you're saying like, pouring water into a kettle, that means that I need to have a kettle. I better have a microwave. Fill it in, jam it into the microwave. Like mac and cheese, oh man, I don't wanna boil the mac and cheese, like put it in the in the water and boil the pasta and then boil another pan with they have all these things already. I agree with you. They like those pots and pans and a stovetop already exist in the kitchen. But that microwave, an instant mac and cheese and throw it in the microwave, functionality achieved at the cost of everything else. The trade-offs are like maybe the quality of the food, your health, your enjoyment of the process, all of that goes out the window, right? And I think that's how I can get to a point where I can associate with people outside from a country that has a long-standing tradition of appropriateness, right? It's the quality that you're focusing on, that you're sacrificing functionality. You're like kind of trading off functionality for specialization. And pretty much that's the name of the game for Americanization. What is the American spirit, in my opinion? American spirit is we mixed everything, and it's too confusing, right? Mix everything. We have too many people that have differing opinions. So we're just gonna mix everything and everything's gonna be mid. It's a mid of everything. What's a mid of everything? Microwave. It doesn't quite do anything really well. Like a microwave doesn't really do anything very well. When you compare it to the specialized like tools, right? Because the microwave is general purpose. So is an air fryer now. An air fryer is general purpose. So when you buy an air fryer, you're hoping you can do a lot with it. But specialized equipment will often be specialized, so they will have higher in quality. And maybe even speed and all that, but for that very function. So a kettle does not create mac and cheese, for example. A kettle does not help you with your dinner your TV, frozen TV dinners. It doesn't help you with that, but a microwave does. So then someone would use a microwave for water, because water is a small addition to the general purpose. I think that's the quickest way I can summarize why do things feel Americanized. It's the averaging effect. The more you have generalized purpose, the more likely that it doesn't look good when you're comparing it to a specialized equipment. So, like, do microwaves actually get the water to boil? Yes and no. It doesn't boil in the way... Yeah, it's a different property. I guess the question is, does it get hot enough? It does get hot enough. But the quote-unquote the boiling part, slightly different process. Yeah, slightly different process. You'll get a different feel from it for sure. Like if you nuke water and then use it to make tea, you'll probably notice the difference between a kettle and a microwave. Largely due to like mechano reactions. Because we don't use tap water we get from a well, we boil out the bacteria. Oh, you get from a well. Oh, that's a good point. So you have to, I would have to ask an American that gets water from a well, which do exist. They're probably not the people that are being represented, but there's still well water in other places. And certain water quality kind of slightly varies between places. And that's interesting. Yeah, I haven't really considered that. So you get water from a well, huh? That's interesting. I'm not sure if I've ever had the opportunity to do that. There was one time I went to the beach and I swallowed a lot of salt water from being stupid. That's the closest thing. Oh, you have hundreds of wells there? Oh, okay. In your area? Oh, okay. Yeah, most of my life has been modern drainage systems, right? So I can't really tell you too much about that. Yeah, that's interesting. I'll have to get back to you. All right. So let's go through that question, the WaniKani question, right? My question, I have a question, we'll use kettle. I love relating the stuff. So let's use the kettle example. So whenever we're talking about the kettle, so here's the thing. Active is kettle. And passive is microwave. All right. So when we're talking about Anki mode is more like a microwave. And this could be bad or good. One of the things a lot of times is Anki mode is brought up a lot because it has a lot of general purpose. So what are these general purpose? One of the general purpose is to promote consistency. Anki mode is very approachable because the passive nature of things is very consistent, general purpose, and convenient. Now, when it comes to the passive things, it also means due to the convenience and the consistency and the general purpose, if your goal is for like extra work, right? You're doing less work. And so if you're using the kettle and the microwave thing, you're actually practicing less skills. So while you're doing less work for the consistency and the convenience and the general purpose, it produces less work, which is less skills. So the quality goes down. Now, why would I say this is not a bad thing? These are trade-offs, right? Remember that general purpose, consistency, and convenient are positive things in very appropriate places. So when is a microwave or Anki mode appropriate? When you're in low energy. So the question is, when you're using Anki mode, are you doing it at the end of your cycle? If you're doing it in the evening, that can lead to great consistency and convenience when you're not high energy state. So when you're using a kettle, you're in a high energy, you're typically equated to a high energy state. This is when you're doing like, I don't know, sentence mining, drawing, mnemonic building, story solving. So all these things sound more specific. They're very juggling specific tasks. So sentence mining, drawing, mnemonics, and story sounding are very specific things. So if you're doing all of these things, you are not doing general purpose, you are doing specialized tasks. And those specialized tasks are not convenient. Right? They are way less convenient than Anki. Right? Some of them deals with reading strongly complex sentences, and some things deal with actively creating things, right? These are not convenient. And that means you do more work. And when you're doing more work, you tend to be developing more skills. And these things don't overlap. So while you're encoding one way, roughly like one dominant way. When you're active, like the kettle, like you have different, like you have a kettle, you have a teapot, you have a coffee maker. All those things lead to the same thing. Like you can do similar things with them, but they're different. And this creates a stronger encoding. So your encoding is stronger because you have many different ways that will tackle the same content. This is an extension of what I meant yesterday when I say I take a holistic approach. That's the kind of the new trend, I suppose, but I don't think it was a new trend. It's an old trend that got brought back because people are starting to hyper focus on certain things, like input only, output only, that type of thing. It's all of the above most of the time. It's a holistic approach, so a balanced approach. So if you are talking about encoding, like how to jam a piece of information into your head, the question is, how active are you? And do you have enough energy to encode in multiple ways? The more ways you encode at the time of acquiring it, the more likely you'll remember it later. Now, when you were saying Anki mode, you were saying you're doing it for reviews. So that's not encoding. You don't have to encode anything. So like it's not your first exposure, it's your review exposure. So it's very appropriate. So to sort of questionably, like with some hesitation and lots of grain of salt, like lots of salt. When you say, is it not so good, right? If it's like as regular method, I would say you can do both. The regular method just, I think the regular method doesn't overlap with Anki mode. Anki mode is kind of how we introduce each other, where if you're reviewing and you're trying to retain something that you accurately encoded, Anki mode is great because it's low energy, and what it's doing is you're retaining things. You're focusing on retention, right? And when often people are saying which method is better, I would say it depends. And one of them is my thing is it appropriate? And then obviously you need to elaborate a bit more on your strategy of learning Japanese. The idea is the appropriateness is what I would say. But I thank you for sharing what Anki mode is. You need to give metrics on what you're expecting, basically. Like how do you measure better? I chose high energy and low energy, and also active and passive. And then we have encoding and retention. Those are the metrics that I use to describe when you ask me a question. It's framed in these three. These are the three conditions. There are more, but I ended up choosing these three and their interactions with each other. So in order for me to be able to say something that's meaningful to you, it would be auspicious to frame it in the way you measure how useful it is. So what is this? I'm pretty sure that's Sai. What the? What's happening? I don't know what this is too. Is it? No, that's stream. Oh. No? Alright, I lost this. Okay, we have Jie. No. I did type Jie. Oh no. I don't know if I did. I didn't learn anything from that, unfortunately. What did I type? Jie? Jie. I need to review what Sai is though. So let's write Sai. What did I think Sai was? Competition? No, okay. Well, yeah, let's go add something to competition. Yeah, need to add something to that.
专利
专利保护
I'm wagering between like benefit, profit, patent, and yeah.
剪刀
这把剪刀很锋利
What is that? 挨饿
挨饿
他宁愿挨饿也不吃不喜欢的食物
Oh, you know what? No. Yeah, so we have to attach the legs to the character, or else this isn't gonna work. Yin. Alright. So we gotta attach the legs, a description of the legs to Yoshi, or else this isn't gonna work for quite some time after it's extended. What? Oh, not guy. Why? Sorry, Japanese. No, I thought this was strong at first. What? Oh, I missed a H. I missed an H.
Yang.
Heckin' yang? Positive? Interesting. Oh, no, wait. It's actually... Oh, I messed up psi period. So psi was the problem. You'll summarize your strategy in a Google Doc and private to you so we maybe could review it together. Yeah. Oh, you read my mind. You read my mind, drama. You read my mind entirely. I didn't think, you're the first one who has, you're the second person who have took the initiative to write out something. Bree shared her Google Docs stuff with the French stuff. Mika is doing her own thing right now with how things are. Yeah, a Google Doc would be great. Yeah. I'd love to hear it. Or I'd love to read it. So what happened here?
观众
Yeah,
观众近5万人，
观众近5万人。Or the masses or audience. Yeah. It is specifically talking about observing audience, but it's what the amount is there. And then this is
隐藏
他把钥匙隐藏在花园里。
or hide. And how did this work out? I want to say okay. It's fine.
骑士
勇敢地骑士，
Okay. What did I write there? No, 时重 时重 my brain went into the stratosphere. Oh no. Something makes me want to type. Dang it.
"沿海
沿海城市很美丽。
棉被，
一床浅黄色的棉被。
政治，
政治很无聊。
Politics? I usually politics and government is fine.
外号，
他的外号叫
他的外号叫 is that a nickname? Okay. Sure. Ah! Wrong tone. I felt it the moment So, Sai
决
is...
赛，
决赛将在下个月举行。
So I had the wrong tone regardless. This is like determining competitions, so the finals. 始终 what? Oh wait, 始终 Yeah. Wait, this is J.
最，
Drunk. Do I need to reinforce J? Oh. 文盲
文盲，
他是文盲。
放鱼 What? Oh no, wait, what am I doing? It's not even remotely close to a fang. Okay.
竹竿，
这根竹竿很长。
Alright. 叫 Oh, is it called? No. Yeah, 教育 What? 教育考育 Wait. No, it's 考育 or 考育教育考育和什么和 Silver Soul. Dang it. Whoops. 可贺 That sounds so wrong. 打扫
打扫，
妈妈叫我们打扫厨房。
始终
始终，
他始终相信梦想会成真。
throughout. Okay.
斜坡，
这条路的斜坡很陡。
Strong 还是健 No, strong. Strong. Son of a bee sting. Keeper and crossbeam? H crossbeam? The heck is cross? What do we have? What maybe 我的撞什么在哪里? That doesn't sound right. Oh, maybe. I use Japanese. oh. Oh no. Is it 企业？
企业
这个企业在国际上有名。
这个企业，这个企业在在原哦国 ，sorry 国什么上有？Enterprise? Dang. The tiptoe thing is coming back with a vengeance because it's not tiptoe. I added something else. Right plan. Just 果上 How does Shang work? No, 国际 not 国上国际上国际 G is the boundary, right? 国际 international, okay. Yep. Age and Crosby. There's no dice on this. We're gonna have to improve. Yeah, there's no way I would get Xiang. Xiang. I think we worked on Xiang a couple of times for item. It has to tie with the archetype a bit better. Oh, and that's yeah, Jiang. Then it makes sense. Jiang Xian. Not Jiang Qiang. Oh, we might want to add Jiangxiang as a whole, actually. Because I am thinking Zhuang sometimes for Jiang. This is the one of the few that... Oh, no. The general should be given. So what is call? This would be like a lesson. Or no, education.
大臣
那位大臣非常忠诚。
大金。Interesting. It is supposed to be like receive. Or like a okay, it's fine.
龙舟
龙舟比赛吸引了许多观众。
打鼓
打鼓是他的爱好。
龟
What in the world is that? Wait. Hmm. Uh-oh. 我们 something 的走路。The soul is throwing me off so hard.
“懒得
我们懒得走路。
懒得走路 What the 懒得懒得 like don't feel like it or don't care. Not feel like it, okay.
击剑
击剑是一种运动。
教育
他受过大学教育。
What did I say this was? Education. Silver soul, you say? Silver soul. I'm gonna go with 恨
可恨
可恨的行为。
hateful
改善
我想要改善我的健康。
or improve. Refined is fine. Trust.
字四川
四川的美食很有名。
作用
运动对健康有重要的作用。
Or effect. Fair enough. Heck! Wait. Hang it, Japanese. Confidence? Okay.
自信
殖民地
殖民地
这个国家曾经是一个殖民地。
奖项
我的奖项在哪里？
这边，
到这边来。
Oops. I typed T. I've got to hit backspace and I typed here, and it ended up being there. But it's here, not there.
课，
Yeah, carve and moment are similar. For that character. Same character. Tree. BLT? Oh my gosh, I don't know where Birdman is anymore. What? I thought that was Ji Hui. That's not Ji Hui. Ji Du? The heck?
一
Reliable? Oh no. Oh no. Why do I think it's Wusho? Huh. I thought this was like lean on or rely on. What?
豆
Huh. What's going on there? Oh, this is Mingyu.
名誉，
这会损害你的名誉。
墨
It's not Duan. Ji Du? Oh no. Oh, wait, hold up. Oh no, Ji Mai. No, Mai doesn't have silk. Oh, I know what. And what is this? Oh, Wusho. Or Washo.
握手，
握手表示感激。
Shake hands. Dang. I swear this is like to help stuff. Like helping people. Relying. Depend on. Okay. It's still fine. Rely on and depend on is. And then lean on. Lean. To lean on. Oh wait, rely is already there. What the heck? Alright, it's fine. And you lean on a companion. That's why I was thinking about. I still can use lean on instead of depend on. That's fine. Uh-oh. Totally forgot what that is. Oh wait, I do know what that is. Don't I? wait. Oh, the second one is. I'm gonna say 粗话.
粗话，
不要说错话，
Like nonsense. Talk nonsense or something like that. Or speak carelessly. Oh no, yeah. Vulgar is fine. Vulgar is fine. Coarse language. We're gonna stick with coarse language. Introduction? An introduction? How do I do that? Guy Luan. Heck. Gotta rethink that. I think this is Ji Shi Bin. No, Ji Shi. Probably Ji Shi. Okay, you got a first version of the doc? Alright, cool.
价格，
这家餐厅的价格很高。
It's kind of weak. Oh, you're probably gonna have to DM me because YouTube's moderations don't do links. I could have sworn this is Guy. And Law. Heck! Theory. Luan. I thought Luan was the theory. So Guy might not be correct. Hmm.
寻找，
我在寻找我的遗失钥匙。
I thought this was 标题.
标题，
我不喜欢这部电影的标题。
Like title.
附，
Oh no. Oh no. What is he guarding against? Oh no. I can only think of guard right now.
素，
Okay. Ugh. Let me look. By summer 2027? Dang. Gonna be an N2 by 2027? Foundation build. Do you know that you're gonna reach level 30 by early 2026? You're gonna have to do some finagling for that. And then I see you have Boon Pro and Take Him. That's I think Bunpro, I don't know how Bunpro is laid out yet. Interestingly enough, I'm going to be starting it for 2026. And then sentence mining starting at early 2026. Interesting. Foundation building, immersion. It doesn't say time of day. That's probably one thing that I'm looking at already. You're probably gonna give me some time to look at all of this, but I already see like day timing. You think it's 10 level for you? You think it's 10 level uptime? Yeah, so 10 days, so 100 days. Yeah, roughly 10 days to 11 days. If you're doing once a day, you could do twice a day and reduce it to... You can also reduce it to like 7, but you're working, right? So that's kind of a tough one. But you can actually do the first, you can actually limit it to 7 days. Yeah, you can go down to roughly 7 days if you do it twice a day. Twice a day for the first 3 days of every cycle. So day 1 through day 3 cycle could be half, and then that it would shift close to day 4, so day 5 through 7 can be double days too, and then the 4 and 8 would be the lesson days, and it has to be max lessons. You have to do full lessons, or you can do kanji only, which kind of is a way to defeat the purpose of the N1 thing. But it would have to be complete lessons then on these days. Then that's how you get 7.5. I have 11 because I don't double up on these days, which adds roughly 4 days to the cycles. So right now currently it's at 11, like 10.75, something like that. You just had really big consistency problems in WaniKani, so you'll try to not max speed it. Yeah. Yep. So I think reasonably like mid 2026. I didn't read the whole thing yet. It's gonna take me a while. I don't want to like cursorily read it, but I'll give you my thoughts. I mean, it's gonna be during the middle of your day. It looks really wonderful. It has a lot of details, and I like details. The thing that I didn't see when I was skimming immediately is probably gonna be at the end of your document or something, like the day, right? Like beginning to end day. But I did see a large graph and a flowchart somewhere and a diagram, because the one thing that I was emphasizing, just to make sense of things, the main point I was making was timing for your habit. So usually when I think about studying stuff, like when you're doing a studying, I focus on habit formation. And habit formation pays attention, it typically prioritizes taking advantage of coupling, a lot of times coupling with an activity with your current activities. So if you're like introducing new things, your current day schedule has peaks and valleys, right? Like my day schedule, like pew, that's it. Like it just goes downward. So most of my active things are in the beginning, which we talked about, right? You said you do your reviews first thing in the morning. This is the active period, and then all my passive periods are near the end of my day. And now this is relative to my thing, so it's relative within the scape of my energy. some people, like a lot of people, claim that their structure is more like this. So if you understand where your peaks are, these are probably going to be your active periods that you can take advantage of. And then these are going to be your periods that you can do passive stuff. And for habit formation, the passive periods are focused more on retention. And then the active periods are more for discovery. Which discovery is encoding. So this is the same as saying your passive periods can be practice periods. And then your active periods can be your learning periods. I'm not biphasic, so I basically front load everything and going down. So this is my active period. My learn period is in the beginning. And then my passive period is near the end. And there's some wiggle room here, wherever the transition is. But generally, that's how. You don't have timing in your document? Okay, that's perfectly fine. Well, my commentary will probably involve introducing that. I think timing is incredibly nice. So I would probably end up asking you, if I'm gonna guess, the things that I think about that maybe not everyone else think about is listing your current habits. So what are your current habits? And then characterizing whether they are high energy states or low energy states. So typically consistency is coupling something that doesn't tax the same direction, because you have habits that help you recover, right? And then you have habits that you're spending. So oftentimes, to remain consistent, max speed doesn't work most of the time for consistency, because eventually your max speed cuts into spending more than your recovery period. So oftentimes when people need to do their max speed, they have to be aware of if their recovery period is going to match the max speed. And that is very arbitrary. Those are arbitrary terms. The term is like when you have enough passive recovery in your routine, you can continue to add more spending to your routine. And what are the metrics? Most people who use spend and passive, they talk about happiness, fun, engagement. These are the things that are giving up, like trading up and down, and then satisfaction in habit formation. So when you're doing passive and you're recovering, usually it favors these things. When you're spending, it disfavors these things. So the combination is you're hoping that by the end of the day, you at least break even. If you're really on top of things, eventually this even becomes a positive. And that's when you know that your routine is putting out more over time, then you don't have to worry about becoming inconsistent. If eventually even breaks negative, then the habit will not hold, right? The habit will not hold. And one of the greatest things you can do is you can take something that you already produce passively for recovery and possibly pair it up with something that you're doing passively, so that can become consistent. So that's where I say that in a short term, if you do Anki mode when you're passive and you're recovering, it allows you to recover and still do some Japanese work. So that's really useful. Anki mode is very useful if you're at a recovery position, but you still want to add a habit that isn't spending a lot, right? You're not spending a lot. So that to me is a very appropriate use for that. If you're going to say you're going to do regular mode, for example, if you're going to do a regular mode during a period in which you're recovering, this will be a double whammy. And I've witnessed this quite a lot and been told to me quite a lot. Like, for example, they turn their anime time, like someone who loves anime, and when they describe what anime does for them, how they engage with anime, it's a passive process. It's during when they're low energy, and they're watching it for happiness, fun, engagement, and satisfaction. So then they were thinking, oh, if I'm already watching anime, I should convert it into an active learning session. This is retroactive. When I asked them what is the nature why they are tired and why they stopped and take breaks, the reason is often they turned whatever their passive process is, which they need to recover energy, so they're trying to practice, but they turned it into an active habit, or they attempted to, and it pretty much allowed them to never recover. They basically kept going in a deficit. So every progressive day, they become more and more in a deficit in engaging in their active process. So then their enjoyment of anime and trying to sentence mind during anime ended up making them stop doing their WaniKani exercises or their Anki exercises in the beginning of the day where they're supposed to learn, right? So then what happens is something that they used to like for happiness, fun, and engagement, that source is gone, and it becomes associated with a negative source. So now it feels like they're grinding. That's when you get into grind territory. The moment you start doing something active when you're not ready for active, you didn't plan for the active, and then you thought being active during when you're passive, that the passive part doesn't serve any purpose. That's kind of like lifting weights, and if you're not lifting weights, you should be lifting weights. You didn't rest, you didn't recover, you didn't do something appropriate for your recovery thing, like stretching or sleeping or eating. That's overtraining, right? And not overtraining in the sense of your muscle will give out, your brain is going to give out. It's going to feel like you're grinding every single day. So for me, now that I know what Anki mode is, I would probably do Anki mode in my spare time because that's when I'm chilling. So if you know that you're expending much less energy, you're not going to get as much from a regular mode, but you're probably going to get the appropriate amount without expending too much energy. Because the first thing you want to do to avoid destroying, potentially derailing yourself is you progressively drain yourself. And that's what I typically refer to as a net positive lifestyle. I talk about net positive lifestyle a lot. You drop the regular mode completely, actually. Oh, interesting. What do you do for active encoding now? Like, just give me a teaser, because I'm sure it's that part, all that stuff is probably in the document. So the goal is, you're going, in my opinion, if you're worried about being too passive, then your concerns are probably well founded. Leaning into an active process is where you have to find where you can spare energy. Your approach is very different from mine's. Oh, I see. Well, I guess we'll find out. Before learning, I prioritize habit first, habit formation. So whatever the approach is, like before, like the whole like CI or your immersion or your results stuff, before deadlines, the the thing that this gloss over is I tackle the sampling first. All my approaches deal with sampling first, because no matter how much you read about the method, it's making axioms. There are axias that they're assuming. They're assuming you have no problems with habit formation. Habit formation and habit maintenance. And I believe this skill is necessary for a life skill. So, you can get lucky. You can choose to spin your luck and then find out intuitively if this is intact or not. But most of the stuff that I'm talking about is upstream of any type of methods for learning. You could quickly read the additional section. Okay, let's see. Additional note section. I'd probably say like your primary use of WaniKani. Okay, so this is just your primary use of WaniKani. That's okay. Faster review flow. That's pragmatic. Mark items as correct if you don't recall that. Yeah, if you recall some piece of information, it creates a tether. That's perfectly reasonable. And then your focus is kanji recognition and reading fluency. Kanji recognition and reading fluency has many dynamics, and the way you're going about it contributes to part of the dynamics, and you're relying on your future stuff. So there's not much I can say about this other than you're putting eggs in a basket before the basket exists, or you're counting your eggs before they hatch. In a way though, then the focus would be on your larger immersion-based learning approach, because that would be where your active process is. So whatever to put into context of the thing that I'm saying is that I just said earlier, is that you're already past the point of habit formation. You believe right now you believe that your habit formation is intact, which will assume that. Let's assume that your habit formation is intact. So you're able to reliably go through your WaniKani sessions in Anki mode, and you're able to monitor it somehow. You're able to monitor it somehow by using your looser recall, right? Looser recall. Anki mode is passive recall, right? Passive recall. So when you get to your immersion stuff, the talking topic would be, where is your active recall? So immersion is supposed to produce some sort of active recall. Without active recall, construction is the part that would be lacking. But that's not what you said the goal of Anki, the goal of WaniKani was. Your goal was read fluency, and I think it was like comprehension. So most of this is in line. I don't think I have any qualms with what you're saying. What you're doing is what you're saying. Like, what you're trying to work towards is what you're doing. So there's no problems with that. The other things that I probably introduce is when you're doing something actively, you can construct things. And what I mean by constructing things is if I asked you what is the character or something, I'm not providing you with a trigger. You have to actively recall it. So for example, I will say, I will sleep. What is that in Japanese? I'm not providing you with anything. Like, it is not in the Japanese. There's no trigger for any of this, right? And when you're doing Anki mode, what Anki is providing is, the Anki is providing a trigger. So that's the passive part. It's passive because the context that's being provided is you're not creating it. So I don't again, that's not what you're saying the goal is. I'm offering like what your goal doesn't include at the moment, and that is active recall. Actively recalling and construction. And that's the quote active part, right? When you're having a conversation in Japanese, for example, you will be able to respond, right? You'll be able to respond to things, but you won't be able to lead. And our approaches are different there. Like, for example, our approaches is basically the opposite. Here. So I agree with you, your assessment. So all my comments are referring to the things that you're not focusing on. So that's probably a lot of my commentary. When I get a better read about it, the main things that I'll be introducing is what's not there, as opposed to what is there. And the critique, I would say right now off the bat, is you're doing exactly what you're set out to be. So your goal that you're doing and the things you're doing, they're aligned. So I wouldn't have too much comments about that. You said you want to increase your read fluency, and that is what you're doing. So Anki mode is very appropriate for that. Yeah. The big idea is to build a good comprehension base before going into output and active recall. That would be a very traditional way to look at it, yes. Like, that is the way to go about it, right? Like, what you're doing is exactly that. So then the future, you're gonna find some sort of way to work on active recall. And that active recall would look very different. I wouldn't know about it. I use output, opposite. I use output to create active recall in order to inform me about my input. So when I'm reviewing here, I'm actively recalling other things. It's phase 3 on the dock? I see. If it's okay, so I will read the phase 3, I suppose. That's probably where I would be able to, I don't know, share my thoughts, right? Share my thoughts. Largely because I don't think of it as separate things. I take the input and I immediately output something. And that output is in a form of creation, and then that creation leads to modifying the input. And I don't do this in serial. Largely because I already have foundations elsewhere. And what I mean by that is, it's not foundations in Japanese and in Chinese. It's foundations in all my previous experiences, which includes English. So I start with the inputs and I output with respect to what I know in English that allows me to create something. And I create the English scaffold in order for it to transition into Japanese or Chinese. That's why my mnemonics are going to be encouraging and get phased out for Japanese and Chinese. So I don't work on the foundation in the sense of constructing things in Japanese to learn Japanese situation. Are you familiar with Matt vs. Japan? I am. Is exactly what I'm stating. I knew you were going to bring up Matt vs. Japan, and I disagree with him in many fundamental ways. So, in contrast, I am very in contrast against Matt vs. Japan. Now, I'm not saying his methods don't work. I'm saying his method is one method, or his approach. And lots of AJAC things get brought up too. And then you already mentioned crashing. So, but crashing is a theory. It's not an application or a method. It's not method, right? We got to make that clear. Comprehensible input is applied in like formal education, right? The whole idea of CI, and then Matt Japan is tied to this application too. In fact, most things are tied to this application. The method that I'm saying is tied to this. There's a similarity that's underlying the foundations of the learning approaches between these. The idea, the context is different, right? I use my prior experience instead of creating a new platform off of the context. So like you are focusing on what I gathered from Matt vs. Japan actually, and even Dogen, because Dogen also collaborates and review MVJ. So these individuals like the idea of starting in a system, creating that system from scratch, then building the system on top of it. Alternatively, for me, I'm using English, Chinese, and Spanish. This is part of the foundations on which I build to transition into Japanese. But I'm not here to make Japanese exclusive. Instead, I also practice going backwards. And this slows me down. Right? This would slow someone down. So if you have a deadline, the thing you're referring to when you said Matt vs. Japan, go with that. It's very appropriate. Like the idea of going in a singular direction and purely working on a specific skill set and keeping it very focused is incredibly useful because it's incredibly efficient. And I totally understand when people say, if you want to learn Japanese very quickly, get to a proficient thing, and you have a deadline, this is where it is. The commentary that I may be able to offer you is, what are other ways? Like if you get stuck, for example, like maybe whatever the context of the prescription is not sufficient, while applying the generalities of CI or immersion, the principles, right? However, your context of it, like the semantics, the specificity, the methodology itself, applying these theories is not sufficient. That's when someone like myself may be able to, not guaranteed, maybe offer alternatives. I look at ways to make it so that it will never fail. As in, like, I will never give up. I will never get stuck. But the thing is, I take my time. So the problem is, if you need to get somewhere and you need to get somewhere fast with the least number of outliers and testing, you want to rely on the most reliable things and the most efficient things, which is things like immersion, whatever that means, like your current trend, your current methodology. that applies these things. And the goal is you hope, the luck. You really like your approach if you had all the time in the world. I agree. That's why I have to make sure to emphasize this. You have a deadline to meet. I saw that your, the early 2026 and all that, because you want to get to Japan. You have a 2027 deadline. So my approach would not be good. It would be very inefficient. My approach is Japanese is going to be part of the rest of my life. And I have no deadlines. And I'm not even going to move to Japan. Like, no matter where I am, there will be a way that I never get tired of Japanese and Chinese. Like when I'm speaking English, I think in Japanese and Chinese. We're building those foundations. When you get to Japan, you can figure that out once you get there, right? Like, because if you're living in Japan, you're going to be obligated to not need any of this. So most of the commentary I'm talking about is when you're in an environment that doesn't encourage you and obligate you to use Japanese. But in Matt vs. Japan's situation and Dogen and like Krashen's CI that's being applied to active immersion, you have the golden goose. You're going to Japan. So the quickest thing you can do is find the most efficient, the least complicated thing, and you bet on it. So I totally agree with you. Definitely, I listen to what Matt vs. Japan has to say, especially the ones that are built for speed. And in the future, when you're in Japan and you're like hanging out, building a life and stuff, we can totally come back to talking about this. In the meantime, though, I can most definitely read over your approach with the idea of making like any comment of efficiency. Like, where can you increase efficiency so you can get there, right? So now we're talking about functionality, which comes back to our first conversation about Americans, right? Americanized thing, the hustle, right? The Americanized internet hustle. How do we get you on the fast lane? This is the part that I don't talk about a lot. I actually talk against this, the internet hustle, but you are in a hustle. So, and what I can offer is I did read a lot of those things. So when someone told me about Matt vs. Japan, which I'm going to inform you, in my first year of Duolingo, which was 2 years ago, the first thing that was mentioned was Matt vs. Japan, Dogen, Take Him, Anki, especially the 2K deck, that 2K deck, Crashin. Actually, even further, both Stevens. We're talking about Kaufman. Kaufman is also mentioned. Kaufman backs a product called LinQ. LinQ uses immersion, right? And you might be thinking, well, it's immersion built on an SRS system where you import your form of immersion, and then they use an SRS system with an extraction method to keep track of all your stuff. So it's like a one-stop shop, but you pay for it. You pay for that. You can obviously combine it with a source, maybe like a game or a manga or something, and then you can use a plugin like maybe like a Yomi-chan related thing that creates an interface. There are actually interfaces for games too, like Steam compatible interfaces that would extract the information and then creates you're using Migaku? Okay, that's fine. Migaku is good. Yep, I was going to mention Migaku. So Migaku is the less American. So this LinQ would be the English dominant. Migaku is kind of like in the vein of Yomi-chan, right? And then you can even throw in Satori Reader if you have resources. Satori Reader would be the other form the graded reading. Graded reading is one of the hallmarks, and like it's the product that uses Krashen's work. So like Krashen's structure, like the idea of comprehensible input, is built on the idea of graded readers. Like that's one of the consequences. It's a product. There's a graded reading thing that he actually promoted outside of his work. And as an extension of that, Satori Reader combines the SRS nature of habit formation. SRS is habit formation to me. The reason why SRS forms the basis of app design, which is like the engagement stuff, streaks, you know, streak, leaderboards, gamification. These are different terms for habit formation. And the gamification version of a lot of language learning stuff is SRS. SRS is formal education structure, but distilled to produce engagement and progress tracking, right? So these things are removed. These skills take a very long time to develop, right? Over time, and you don't have time for that. This is what I build most of the time. So we're skipping over this. You're gonna rely on apps, right? Apps and like Migaku, for example. Migaku, Anki, and whatnot. And you're hoping that those habit formation stuff is being maintained by these apps, and you go on content. So when it comes to content for speed, typically there are 3 triangles right now. The one is word, vocab source, and then we need a sentence dominant thing. These are the foundations that you're talking about. So that's the grammar. So you have a grammar source. You already mentioned BoomPro. BoomPro is using SRS, which is to help you with your habits, like your scheduling and stuff, so you don't have to deal with it, right? In terms of grammar is the sentence prong of the thing. The word, and this is WaniKani, which also is an app design thing. So you have a habit formation that's handling that. And then Satori Reader is the other one. Satori Reader is story building. So this is the idea of constructively recording bigger things, right? And that's graded reading. So now you have story, so paragraph, maybe a couple pages. You have your word source and your vocabulary expansion. And then you have how to connect all the words. And then in the middle is number 4, which is your choice of immersion content. And you can still get an app for that, because an app will give you the SRS. The SRS is to help you build a habit first. And Migaku is one of them. A more industrialized version would be something like LinQ. You can also makeshift and combine a workflow with Anki, a data source like a game, an extractor, and then place it into Anki, which is your database, right? Alternatively, people use like JLBP. I forgot what it's called. Something like that. JL database. I'm sure you know which one I'm referring to. That's to find things based on a metric, and you can extract them into Anki, right? You can extract them into Anki. And then what this does is you don't have time to build habits. So take advantage of all the habit formations and scaling, and scheduling and stuff from app design. The thing that makes an app successful is that it's not necessarily the content. When it comes to the common thing, nearly 90% of the apps that are successful is because they have an internal scheduling system that causes the person to want to come back to it. So when you're looking for it, you're gonna find an app. You're trying to find an app that will keep you consistent without you spending too much brain power or mental energy for scheduling those things. And then you're looking for your foundations. Your foundation is a source of words, structuring the sentences enough to use the words, a mid-tier level where you can look at paragraphs and maybe essays while discovering something, and then all of those things feed into the center, which is your eventual source of immersion, be it Japan, your work, YouTube, blogging, and you can still work on all these simultaneously at the same time, right? Which is great because it sounds like that's what you're doing already. And I totally understand what I'm probably going to read about it. And if I come across any other specifics, that's probably what my comments are going to be about. I'm not sure if you're into graded readers. Graded readers is kind of like a little bit more interesting, like classically more interesting than mnemonics, because mnemonics require construction, right? A lot of times, and construction and coincidence. And then obviously mnemonics is a little bit more approachable than grammar or structure and sentence. So this forms like the loop. And generally what it goes with is people start with grammar at their highest energy state, words at their middling, like in the mid, and then reading at the last. You're not into greater readers yet? Okay. That's that might be how you get your immersion, by the way. Like what I mean is graded readers might be a way for you to break into understanding what your immersion, the quality of your immersion is going to be, like the subject matter or the way it's presented. There is a free source, by the way. It's called Tadoku. And Tadoku is the name, it's actually the concept, but there's tadoku.org. And they offer free graded readers. Graded readers are a tough thing to produce. They need to be audioly synced, read by someone. It has to have all the subtitles, all the visuals in all directions. And Tadoku actually offers that for free of use. So if you want to test out maybe what a Japanese produced organization or pro education and have a native speaker where you can either play the audio track and passively read along, that's Tadoku. And then if you're saying like, oh yeah, I like this, Satori Reader is a more like industrial version of it. In Tadoku, you can do Anki mode. Basically, in my opinion, if you're not graded readers, if you're not into graded readers yet, there is an Anki mode for graded readers. The wonderful thing about having an excellent graded reader is that you can just play the audio track and read along. So you can still do Anki mode in audio reading. You also have, NHK Easy. That's another way to go about it. Yep. NHK on the NHK news site, right? That is definitely a different way to go about it. The one thing that I would say Tadoku and other audio reader is you can Anki mode it. Basically, if you're tired in the evening and you want to like learn foundations, basically use immersion based exposure, like mere exposure. Basically, I'm calling it mere exposure. This is what I'm used to saying. Basically, by mere exposure with enough frequency, rote memory also takes over. You can iron out most things through repetition through mere exposure. So repetition in its finest, right? And the nice thing about having graded readers is you can play the audio file and flip the book. It's kind of like someone reading the book to you, but you also have the book So you're like looking, it's like, oh, that's what that character is. That's what that character is. And you can follow along based on the sound cadence. So like you have words, right? But the audio will train you to know where it's being read. And at some point when you get into the cadence, you can pick up words wherever they show up. That's not the intent of graded readers, by the way. The graded readers, from the comprehensible input perspective, is that you can read the whole thing except for the position and you're focusing on it. However, that's an active process. You're doing an active process. But I think you don't necessarily have to do it only as an active process. You can do it as a passive process. And the passive process is you listen to everything and then record in your head, like as you're going, just like Anki mode. You're basically only looking at the parts you recognize. And then it looks like this. So then one day when you're deciding to be active about it, or you just skip over it, that one thing is going to stick out. You're practicing recognizing everything around it, except for the thing you're missing. Graded readers then allow you to read it, and then you can choose at your own pace without the audio what that one thing is that's missing. And it should fill in my opinion, relatively easier, right? So to complement your Anki mode in WaniKani, you can also do this in graded readers. Play the audio and first establish your cadence. So like it's gonna go, right? It's gonna keep going. So you're trying to listen to it in a comfortable way where you're not tempted to stop. By the way, that's what it said in Tadoku's front page. Your goal is to follow along and then eventually notice what is missing constantly. And when that missing thing becomes consistent enough around the things you have, then you figure out the meaning. And that's the intent, in my opinion, behind graded reader. But I think most people skip this step because they're in a hurry, right? If you're in a hurry, you might skip this step, which is you don't do graded reading long enough to understand that you have to follow in a cadence and then figure out what's missing. Like you have to identify what's missing first before you figure it out. And in graded readers, you're supposed to not use dictionaries, right? So the moment you have enough WaniKani experience and some Boom Pro experience, for example, graded readers is a wonderful place that can train your cadence to know exactly what you're doing now. Basically, you're listening to someone. If you don't know it, you don't know it, but you know everything else around it. And then you'll eventually understand the thing you don't know because it's surrounded by everything you do know. And all of these three things lead to whatever your immersion is, right? It will help you determine, okay, what type of immersion I want that combines the three things that you're consistent in already. And now you're taking it to the next level. At least that's the quickest way for me to summarize, in my opinion, a fast, like whatever the fast route is. You do just enough for all three of these things, and you find your quickest route to immersion. And then that immersion is supposed to fill in all the gaps that you're not worried about. You're not worried about the gaps in WaniKani or Boon Pro or graded readers. You're specifically reaching for sufficiency. That's probably the fastest I've ever gone over that, but if you're feeling hype like I am, you should feel hype. Learning Japanese is awesome. Learning a new language is awesome. You already have multiple languages under your belt. So this should be a walk in the park, right? Right, Java? It should be a walk in the park. And I'll still look over, like, I'll read it this evening. If I have any, like, trendy things that people yell at me. Uh, uh, Smiley, you're awesome. I hope you're excited about this stuff, because your life is going. You know, I haven't even asked you, why Japan? Why go, like, what is it that makes you want to go to Japan? It can be anything. I know that's a very vague question, but I'm pretty much out in the dark about why Japan. People ask me, like, do I plan on visiting Japan? The answer is yes. My sister is actually stationed in Japan, but I don't plan on living in Japan. You've been doing things, not even understanding why exactly you're doing it, and now you know. Oh, and hear me out. They know what they're doing, drama. Like, the good news about the internet is that's exactly what the internet does well. You can do things, get results, and you don't necessarily have to know, which is a great thing about the internet hustle culture, right? The thing is, if you have problems, you also don't know how to solve them. You know what I mean? But to me, I don't think you have a problem yet. So go as fast as you can. You gotta go to the toilet? Okay. I'll be here. I'll be here. We're gonna finish this.
Shao.
Oh, ignite. I guess ignite works too, right? What? Oh, is that? Oh, is that fuel? So what is wrong with this? Guarding the well. I think this is gonna get a pass, right? Oh, the deputy. He's the deputy that's guarding the... Actually, I should work on that. We're gonna have to expand deputy. It's probably gonna be the relationship between Frankenstein's monster and Dr. Frankenstein. Probably what we're gonna use. Let's see. The what? Fire? It's probably Chorong. Chorong. Ooh, wait. Oh no, I already knew what that is. I just wrote the wrong thing again.
饮食
医生说我需要改善饮食。
You back? Sorry for it. Oh yeah, no worries. No worries. The thing that I wanted to emphasize a lot of times is internet is great. There's really something great about the internet hustle culture. When it works, sky's the limit. The sky is the limit, right? You go fast. So if you right now feel like you're getting the progress you desire, it's really good. Things are good. Now, the thing that I focus on most of the time is I run into people who, like, my general appeal from time to time is that 90% of the time, people who stay with me or talk and stuff, things aren't going great. And it often feels like the answer is themselves. As in, they often share a commonality. They think that ultimately the answer is from within. That's when the internet kind of falls apart. Because then you have something like, oh, I did the same thing this person did, but it didn't work for me. So now what do I do? And most of my time is spent asking the person, how do you know? Can you tell me what did you do? And then let's think about it. Let's brainstorm. And that is when you lose a lot of time, right? Lose a lot of time. Because it might be the first time you're doing it. Or it might be the first time in a long time. Like the last time you did it was maybe high school. I don't know when was the last time you learned another language. Or when you have a specific problem that only occurred once in your lifetime, and that was like a decade ago. That is usually when the type of conversation that I typically have. That's when you have to develop new habits. So new habits, how to create a new skill, a new life skill, right? So those things are really tough because you don't have to do them again. That's like the first time you actually studying a language. Yes, exactly. So most of my time, I would say 80% of my time is how to start. And then how to stay consistent. And then these people are not in a hurry. Right? The ones that are in a hurry, honestly, they end up what you would probably think of as they would end up grinding through. Grinding through or powering through it. And that will get you there. If you have the foundations that is lined, that's assumed to exist in like Krashen's work, like the effector factors, right? If you have the substantial motivation, the deadline, the commitment, maybe if you ever came across James Clear's Atomic Habits, if you have enough environmental cues and a social structure that creates an intuitive amount of power, the hustle, no matter what it is, it's going to work. It's gonna work enough. So the goal in this case is, if you determine, if at least in my opinion, like as a friend or a friendly stranger, if I determine that the person I'm talking to has like 4 or 5 of the indicators of nothing can stop them in terms of motivation and consistency, then sending them through the path of the internet hustle and grabbing whatever you can with your limitless energy, that would get you to your goal non-sustainably, but it will get you to your goal because the goal is close, it's very quick, and then you hope that when they get to their goal, they have all the time in the world to focus on other things like sustainability, forming new habits around the thing, and the new life skills or lifestyle change, right? So when you move to Japan and you have enough things, you're gonna learn all of that on your own. That's when you spend all the time in the world trying to readjust to the cultural differences, readjust to lifestyle skills, problems shoot through like pay raises, pay differences, like living situations. And for me, I start with those. So it's very slow going. It's like methodical and slow going. So if I wanted to move to Japan, I would plan 5 years before I moved to Japan. And we would slowly transition into Japan. In fact, I would probably start with a work visa. I would work in Japan for a year, then come back, do my transition work, then go to Japan again, only for 2 years, come back, do my transition work, and like, you know, self-reflect and all of that. And then eventually, when it crosses a certain threshold, I would decide to stay in Japan. And all that transition would be a smooth transition, largely because I'm not hustling towards something. If that's not the, in my opinion, the lifestyle of a younger person. A younger person, you have to go for it. So hopefully all of the life lessons and all that other stuff comes after you achieve your goal. I can't move that fast anymore. So the last thing I want to do is like shoot over there. Well, you're also not directly YOLOing the Japan stuff. You could try if you want, if you're ever worried about your timing, right? So not directly YOLOing is, in my opinion, great. And you know what's a great example that you mentioned yesterday that I admire? You didn't YOLO anything. You didn't even YOLO your education. You took your time, you ended up working for 4 years, and now you've decided without YOLOing that you're going back into education, and it's tacked on with a strategic move. That is different from someone who's going at blistering speed that no longer have time to reflect on why they're doing it, right? You had a friend from one to the other day just moved there not knowing anything, not having a degree, and they all came back after a month. Exactly. That is the narrative of the internet hustle culture. Thank you, Chandu, by the way. That is the hustle. And the thing that I know that you don't have a problem with, like, I'm not giving the same, in my opinion, I'm not saying the same thing I usually say. You're in the like 10%. And the biggest detail that gives away that you have a balanced approach is that you worked for 4 years and still retroactively looked at education. The odds of someone who is fully embracing the hustle is they typically don't look back. They usually don't look backwards. They don't look to their prior experiences. But you did. When I asked you, the reason why I asked you the question, by the way, about the education is I wanted to know if you're in education or you're outside of education and you're going back to education. That is someone who has an ability to self-reflect. So they're not in the hustle. When you're in the hustle, there's no time to self-reflect. There's no time to even know what your mistakes are. There's not even time to plan anything, because planning requires looking backwards as well as forwards. So the common dialogue I typically have is when the problem arises is when they look back. And oftentimes it's way back. It's back to the things that they know how to do, which is basically not adjusting to anything that they were aiming for. Right? And here's the darker part of the thing. And this is where I spend most of my time talking to people. When you get caught up so far that when the problem occurs, it feels like there's a no point. There's no, it's a point of no return. And what is that point of no return? Bankruptcy. Chronic depression. Identity crisis. Career pivot. And the list goes on, obviously. Usually it's either financial, emotional, or objectively losing sight of one's own identity. So all of that creates a crisis. And usually when someone is caught up in the internet hustle culture, they don't have time to develop those skills anymore. The internet makes you go so fast. You're always feeling like you're in a crunch for time that rarely do you develop enough problem-solving skills. This is my plug. I sound like a broken record, but yesterday I probably said problem-solving skills like 15 times or something, and critical thinking skills. What do these have in common with formal education? Before the internet, you could still hustle through formal education without ever developing any of these skills. Like any critical thinking skills or problem solving. You can memorize your way. You can brute force rote memory your way through formal education and develop none of these skills. And you leave formal education and you lose your way. That's one of the classics. Now, nowadays, we have the internet. So now you can do both. You can lose your way on the internet while at university. So now you get to lose your way even better and even more reliably, because all the things you learn on the internet requires no explanation. It never tells you, like the vast majority of people who get caught up in it, they cherry pick all the positive things. That's in an ideal situation when those things work. So what happens when they don't work? Do you stick it out? Do you stay there long enough to make it work? Do you even have the skills? Are you in the point of no return, or do you have a return point? And to me, when you said your friends, one of them went the other day, not have a degree, came back a month, that is healthy. That is, in my opinion, a good outcome. It's an outcome where someone realized that they didn't have the problem-solving skills or critical thinking skills, so they decide to back out in time. The limited people that I talk to, it gets really close to the point of no return. As in, you get trapped into a situation that you feel like you never have a solution for anymore. Either in your mind, financially, or like situationally, relationally with someone else. And those situations are absolutely devastatingly heartbreaking. And the younger you are, the quicker you get to this point of no return is absolutely heartbreaking. I get so like my mood, like my ability is to build myself up to understand this, because that is the saddest sight that I would see most of the time. When you have someone who's like 22 and they believe they can't do anything. I know you're 22, drama, but it's actually the age average that I by coincidence have. It's between 20 and 25. When they say everything they do suck and they can't do anything, and every time they want to do something, they spend more time thinking about doing the thing and not learning anything. So they spend a lot of time remembering facts and knowing information, but they rarely ever put any of that information into action. That action doesn't produce enough, like without doing that action, you do not produce enough feedback in order to course correct. You think you can go, you think you can go over why Japan? Oh, yeah. And well, and up where we're at now. That's good. Those are the questions. To me, if you can answer those questions, I look forward to hearing your Japan's journey, because I genuinely feel like when people say they're going to do something, you know, use CI, use this air fryer, use like all the topics we've talked about, right? Use why kettle if it's a cultural thing. The things that I'm explaining is the way to know that I actually know how I'm making decisions, right? So that's what I do. That's what I focus on every day in my life. where if I get a piece of information, I have to try to at least explain it to someone else and to myself. Explain it to myself first, then try to explain it to someone else, so that when someone goes and listens to you, they know why and how you're saying things. Otherwise, I feel like most people accept that they just vibe through life and like grab the easiest grift they can and hope that everything resolves itself. And to me, it works when it works. Like, you hope. At least I don't ever want to wish someone misfortune in order for them to learn a life lesson that life doesn't work out at all, pretty much ever, because your experience limits your foresight. So having skills to know that whatever come what may, you are equipped to solve it and make use of it. And that to me is what makes someone feel confident, but not in an arrogant way. You don't have to brag about things. You don't have to worry and like be anxious as much. Definitely keep anxiety, anxiousness under control, but you can also use it as fuel. The idea is whenever you start learning something, then you don't have that discomfort. The discomfort like, I don't know if this is working. Or I don't know why I want to go to medical school. That's a personal example for me. When I was still teaching, or like I was still in science and as a graduate student, the school that I was a grad student in, 90% of the biology, like the science majors, they all are med school bound. So oftentimes I had the opportunity to ask those students, like, why did you want to go to med school? And their responses, I think the vast majority of them were responses that were not their own. They were unable to describe to me what is it that they want from it, right? And that's understandable. They're still in their like 20s, so it can be a little bit troubling. But hear me out. If no one encourages them, like people like you, to want to be interested in becoming independent thought, and that scary thought about not having something to be able to depend on other than yourself, comes from encouraging a person during their very pivotal moments in their biological life, because society determined that that's when you have to mature into adult, like somewhere in the 20s, that you don't end up in the wasteland. I mean, adults still go through midlife crises, so in their 40s they can still lose their way and they have to rediscover themselves. So that still can happen. You still have that to look forward to. I'm kidding, by the way. I always joke about, like, in another 2 years when I turn 40, I'll magically enter a midlife crisis and I lose my way, and then I can use it as a social experiment online to demonstrate how I find my way back to myself. It's probably not going to happen, but it would be kind of a fun social experiment. Like, I get a midlife crisis and I get to test if my 20s and 30s were filled with enough life lessons that help me get back to a new calling. I have a passion that doesn't, in my opinion right now, I'm pretty confident that my passion is not going to wane. My passion is most definitely ensuring that whoever I come in contact with think that their life is more interesting when they talk to me than not with me. That is the goal. You must be interested in your life. Otherwise, you're gonna leave. Like, anyone who have left, either they became more interested in their life, or they just don't care enough to hear me rant about telling them, what did you do today? What did you work on? How do you feel? Like, everything is effortful. It requires a lot of effort. If you tell me you just reviewed something, be ready to explain something about it to me, because that is the life skill that should be effortless. It should be effortless at some point in your life. When you do something for a very long time, it should be very easy to explain to someone else. That is true mastery, in my opinion. It's something that you love. Your hobby, if you can't explain to me why you like to do something, it is not your hobby. It is your coping strategy. So whenever someone says like, oh yeah, I just hop on Fortnite, it makes you feel good. And I'm like, okay, in what way does it make you feel good? Like, what is it about? Do you pay attention to what you're doing? Because the difference between brain rot and a hobby, in my opinion, is that the person who has the hobby, they love sharing about it. They're all up in the details. When someone says their hobby is photograph and they don't want to show me or explain to me anything they do with photography, it's not a hobby, it's coping. You're coping, possibly escapism as well, and all that time doesn't have any value. At least in my opinion, they would feel, the person I'm talking to would likely not have value in it. If it did, their eyes would sparkle and they would be like, oh hey, wait, I wrote 30-page essay on this for anyone who asks me this. Here you go. Like, if you want me to tell you what my life calling is, it's this. You ask me a question, I'll give you a 6-hour explanation about the question. Because my life's passion is to be good at communicating and explaining things. And then hopefully because of that, it makes other people see that explaining things and talking about themselves, it's not filled with social anxiety, disinterest. It's too complicated. Because, well, if you lack communication skills, everything is too complicated. Explaining why you like a video game is too complicated. Like, imagine getting someone and asking them, what do you like? I like this. Can you explain it to me? No, it's too complicated. Like, well, then how are you going to explain anything else that you don't like? It's too complicated. And that's kind of how I feel about that. It's just started as you wanted to learn a language. Me and your friend just decided on Japanese. Okay, but after learning a bit, the question, why am I learning Japanese, came up. Excellent. You're reflecting, and the motivation wasn't enough too. Self-awareness, self-reflection. Say just to learn. I see. So you thought about it and decide to set studying abroad in Japan as a big goal in your life. Commitments, excellence, and the thought process kind of is you can work for the rest of your life and you want to have that student social life. You're incentivizing, excellent, and a lot of people your age just default to working 9 to 5 jobs, no life goals, and you think not having a goal would make you like really sad. Yes. So that's what I mean by you don't hear this. Like, honestly, you don't hear this. The dialogue pattern that I would have, and I'm not sure if you're a streamer or you like content creation. I have been doing this for 7 years, right? Postdoc. So after my doctoral stuff, I've been doing this for 7 years on Twitch. There's 2 years of YouTube stuff, right? I spent 5 years collecting and working on my skills and stuff. You could call this foundation building or live streaming, like speech things. I spent 5 years like collecting pop fiction, like pop culture and like modifying my linguistics, my communication skills. That's what I spent the last 5 years. Then I started recording for YouTube, right? That's kind of where we are right now. It's been 2 years. During this year, usually a representative example. So these last 2 years happen to also line up with most of the language learning stuff. So I only started 2 years ago, all the stuff that we're talking about. And I only have Duolingo experience, WaniKani, and HanziHero. That's it. That's what I would consider, quote unquote, active experience. Everything else is passive. Like, I could tell you I've been watching anime since I was 5 years old. I've heard Japanese language since I was 5 years old. My parents yap in 3 different languages, like that type of thing. But this is the active process. So during this time, this last 2 years, when the thing you're describing, it would be someone like, hi, how are you, right? We do the hi, how are you? And then they would ask me something about WaniKani. What level are you on? What level are you? Right? And I would say the level. I don't know. For now, we're level 30, right? And this person would be either gone, like the person's gone now. And then I would ask, may I ask, how's your WaniKani experience? Like, do you use WaniKani, right? They're already gone, by the way. That's like 40% of the interaction is this. What they're doing is they're looking for a metric, but they're not looking for the explanation. And I'm looking for the explanation. Like, I was gonna ask them, do you use WaniKani? Like, how's your experience? Do you want to talk about it? Like, can we exchange ideas? Like, if this person's level 41, I would say, may I ask what your experience is different? Like, do you notice any significant changes or similarities that are maintained between 30 and 41? That would be all that, but it doesn't ever happen, right? 40% of the time. Then we get into the other 40% at the other check. And the other check is, I would ask them, so why Japanese? Like, why Chinese? Or how did you come about it? And they would say something like anime. Right? Or that's more the classic. And then they like Japanese culture. And then I would ask them about these things. Right? Sometimes they would drop a anime title. Right? Something in anime, maybe they mentioned pop culture stuff. One Piece, for example. One Piece would show up. And my thought is, so what is the nature of One Piece that makes you like that and name that? Does it have to... Are you into fight shonens? We can talk a lot about fight shonens. Like, right now, Chainsaw Man is a pretty big topic, right? We also have the other long-standing things. My Hero Academia. Boku no Academia is going into its last season, right? And then there's also classics like Gintama and whatnot. It doesn't go there. What happens is they say, it's my favorite. And then when I ask them something, they say nothing. Like, there's no internalization. If it is your favorite show, I would imagine you would have something to say about it. Now, you might be saying, maybe this is social anxiety. Right? And that's perfectly valid. Now, here's where it gets a little unfortunate. How do you address this social anxiety? Practice explaining things. And that's where most of my conversations go if they make it through the 40%. So, down to the last 20%, we might get maybe me ranting for like 2 hours, but they would disappear after like the 1 hour mark, right? And then we get down to the last, like, less than 1%. This is where the first time we meet, I'm going to be talking for 8 hours or so, and then that person's like, dude, I'll come back, like, well, I have to go. And that's now we're to the present drama. This is now the following day, right? And so if you're talking about statistics and how rare coincidences are, if you're here now and we're talking about something else and extending from the conversation, then welcome to being the outlier to the social norm. Right? And now you're sharing your personal anecdotes, and we're sharing personal anecdotes. That, in my opinion, is a step to being like a good friend. That's what I like about this. Like, my friends and I, when I say I have friends, that I can rely on, like a support system, right? The idea is you don't have to always give per se. The nice thing about having people to talk to and interact with is it makes you feel important. And in process, they also feel important. And the goal of streaming language learning, you're not interrupting my, I want to like reiterate every so often, you're not interrupting my studying session. If I wanted to study alone, I wouldn't be streaming. So I say this for every single person that I've met. Eventually they'll say something like, oh, I don't want to interrupt you. Like, I know like you would be saying, if I worry about studying, I would have not done it online, right? So before then, so moving on is the idea that if you feel important and they feel important, that's when magic happens. Magic happens here. And I think the internet lacks that. Right now, the internet lacks a lot of that. And how do you kind of safeguard against the internet hustle? This stuff. And that would be the ultimate goal. That is my ultimate goal. Like one of the few ultimate goals is not to learn Japanese, not to learn Chinese specifically. All of that is downstream. The few goals is find people who care about each other and encourage them to share experiences so that we all benefit. So one day when you get to Japan in 2027 and you knock it out of the park, you get your degree, whatever degree is, like whatever you eventually decide on, you learn about a lot of Japan. If I visit Japan, I can tell people about your story as a person who came from Germany to like, that's what I'm here for. You tell me something, I pretty much share it with the next person. And that enforces someone and commits someone to their experiences. It creates value and it allows them to motivate themselves. So this is my quote-unquote hack. You know, millennials use this word still. This is my life hack situation to get someone. If there's anything you can do for someone, is that you make them care about their life. And ultimately, you might be thinking, well, what is it in for me? Maybe you're thinking about a kickback. Their success, when you are in their presence and in their life, like even indirectly, it will likely raise your opportunity of sharing and negotiating and mutually engaging in that benefit. So investment forward in people. This is I'm not a secret. I talk about this near the end to end with like a positive statement, right? When people care about their lives and they take care of their lives, they are also able to care about other people. And if you're a person who has already reached that stage where you don't necessarily have to care about yourself that much and you're able to help and exchange that with another person, then the cycle continues, right? That person will understand that they feel important, they like sharing things despite other people not caring, right? At first, then you're surrounded eventually with people who care and mutually care, and then the cycle continues. The one thing I want to say about the internet hustle culture is that most things are parasocial. That means you might care about someone. That person can't, because they might not even know you exist outside of like being someone that's present, right? So when it comes to when you have problems, you are responsible for all of the problems, right? Like solving the problems and whatnot. And it's difficult to expect someone who caters to millions of people or hundreds of thousands of people, what have you, to be relatively reliable to come back. So the idea is, when you have the opportunity, you invest in that person, and maybe one day they will be doing hundreds of thousands of people. Who knows? The future of the internet might have hundreds of people to like a 1 to 10 ratio in the future, where the normal activity is parasocial relationships are terrible at solving problems, is what I'm saying. But they are very functional at being good enough. So for someone who's incredibly self-motivated, you start with one skill, it doesn't work. You learn from that skill, then you go to the next one. There isn't going to be someone who says, oh, you tried my method, but you did this and this part differently. So maybe that's, you don't get that feedback, right? When you go and listen to someone's like $1 million masterclass, you might get some feedback in the masterclass itself, but it's still not the same as relying on yourself. So in the hustle culture, it's like functional. It's like you taking your cup of water and putting it in the microwave because people said the microwave is faster and it's more functional. If you had a choice of buying a microwave and a kettle, you will likely choose the microwave because there are going to be more people who tell you that a microwave is more useful because there are general functions. And people will say, oh, well, I like the convenience of being able to microwave my mac and cheese. Oh, I like the convenience of making hot cocoa, right? Those are, you're going to get, the internet is going to convince you what the statistical average, more functional thing is going to be. When it becomes a problem of quality and efficiency that's tailored to yourself, you need to end up finding the specific person or the specific content that can do that. Or you can't find it at all because the only thing you're going to get is general function. And when you have general function, you need problem solving skills and critical thinking skills to tweak the approach, right? The wonderful thing about being a critical thinker, in my opinion, here's the hot take, a good hot take, a critical thinker and a problem solver in your future, or right now, if you consider it, is that you often get enough info. Find enough info. Not all. It's not the same as all info or comprehensive info. Because you're expecting not to get feedback. You're not going to get feedback from the person that you're collecting this info from. That is the default. You're not going to get feedback from that. So you get enough info, you do it. And then, you're like, oh, and here's the parasocial target, right? This would be the parasocial target. They're like, I'm doing it. Uh-oh. Oh no, I'm way off course, right? But you have problem solving and critical thinking skills. So then you collect more info and the data, and you use that. And then now you're course correcting, right? And you're course correcting. It's like, okay, I'm losing my way again. More info and data. And you're using that data. And yeah, you might get here, but we got to think more meta than this. This was the first time. This is your starting goal. But when you were here, your goalpost actually changed and it's actually up here. And then when you check this again down here, your goalpost changed again. So now you're actually aiming to go here. And it's greater than your original goal. That is a problem solver and a critical thinker. Someone who lacks these skills is you're veering off course, and you're like, can I still see my course? I'm too far from it. Where am I going to go? Back to the start. And what are you going to do next? Do it again. And you're hoping that this person will veer off the course a little bit less. And they're going to see this distance. Do they get to the finish line? They probably, maybe they will on the second one. If they don't, back to the beginning. Next time, they're going to have a better chance, right? Because they're learning. And they're like, I kind of got to the goal and I didn't veer off too much. Success. This is someone who is also using problem-solving skills and critical thinking. This is what happens when it's your first time. This is more than likely what's going to happen in your first time. There's going to be going somewhere. It's going to be a little reset. Going somewhere. It's going to be a little reset. At some point when you get used to doing it the second time, and then the third time, the goal is hopefully you have problem solving skills where you can correct as you're going. And that's what you have, in my opinion, that's what most adults, or like most kiddos, when they become adults, get to look forward to. You get to look forward to the comfort of experience. That, don't worry, we'll make it work. Like, you know, if you have, I hope you have loving parents, right? And have a good relationship with your immediate family. That's kind of what it was like when you're a kid and you're like veering off course, right? You're constantly veering off course. And who's there that gives you that really fundamental explanation, point out things, and things just feel all right? The future you, or your parents. The future you. The idea is like, oh man, how bad is it? Like, don't worry. Let's slow down. Let's talk through all the things, and we're gonna get you back on course. No, you don't have to start over. We're gonna go push you in the other direction, and then the rest is history. And that takes a really long time, but that's kind of what it's like to constantly get someone to share, right? If I'm asking you, how do you feel today? You could be here. And then you will have to explain where your position is. And then again, and then again, and again, and again, and again, and again. And how frequently that does is how open the person can be. And that's feedback, right? Most of the time we talk about feedback. That is feedback. When someone is able to express their current position, and the person listening understands it enough because the expression is good, right? Understand, and also the person themselves is expressive enough. So then you have your feedback loop. You got a good family situation, got sidetracked a bit. Oh, no worries. Good family situation is wonderful, right? It's wonderful. And when people talk about feedback, this is what I mean by feedback. If you're not getting a feedback with an explanation, that's not a feedback. It's a criticism, right? One of the biggest fundamental differences between what people refer to as feedback and criticism, I think a lot of times when people think about feedback, they're specifically referring to criticisms. They don't like feedback because most of it is criticism. The default is criticism. Because the hustle doesn't encourage constructive feedback. Like, now you have to identify what are you referring to. What is constructive feedback? It's feedback with an explanation. Otherwise, you're participating in 95% of what people call feedback nowadays. Like, oh dude, this game is garbage. That's criticism. There's no explanation of why it's garbage. It's like, oh man, I don't know. Like, WaniKani just doesn't work. That's criticism. It's not constructive. You don't learn anything from that. The person saying it doesn't even tell me if they learned anything. Like, what I mean is, if I ask you, oh, like, how come? Like, why doesn't it work? And the person's like, it just doesn't. I tried it for 3 months. And it just doesn't work. And I'm like, how do you know? Right? Because if you're telling me it doesn't work, you should know how, right? And they're like, nah, like, I just did it for 3 months and people get these results. Okay. So is that how you're determining it? Let's unpack that. Let's unpack how comparing data, right? Comparing two people's data work. I don't care if it ends up like telling, like, they could be right. They could say, oh, you know, I used 3 months, I learned 100 kanji, and the other person used WaniKani for 3 months and they learned 500 kanji, right? That's the comparison. 100 kanji in 3 months and 500 kanji in 3 months. Person A and person B. But from person A's perspective, that means WaniKani doesn't work. Now, they can still be right. Their conclusion can still be right, but they have to explain to me, how did they determine from this data, how are they processing that because they learn fewer kanji? That could be an explainer, right? Or how much kanji difference would make it so that it doesn't work? The reason for that is they still need to explain the data they're comparing. If you don't explain the data you compare, how are you going to learn anything from it? Like, the next time you're going to go, like, use Anki, for example, you're going to repeat the same process. You're going to do Anki, and then you use the 2K deck, and you found out that you learned 500 kanji in 3 months, and then normal, like regular or whatever other people learn like 1,000 kanji in 2 months, you're gonna conclude Anki doesn't work. And I'm like, well, it kind of did, right? Like, you did 500 in 3 months and 100 in WaniKani's months. Doesn't that share anything? Like, no, because it's always comparing the same things. And I'm like, I get you understand how to control experiment, but even the sampling is non-random. So we're not going to go into those specific things. I just want to know, how is the difference of 500 enough to tell you it doesn't work? What about 600? What about 200? What about 50? What's your timing like? How do you determine when you're doing something it doesn't work? If your characters are going up with respect to time, isn't that working? Or is it not working? Is it not working good enough? The idea here, it sounds like nagging, like being aggressive. Sometimes though, when you say, yeah, sadly most people are like that, it is the social norm right now. That's how data thinking, or what I call vibing, that's what vibing data using a hustle model is now. And it works when it works. That's not my focus. My focus is when someone doesn't understand why it's not working. Because there are very, very sad places that people can end up with no one really caring anymore. Like, there really aren't safety nets for these things. And my habit in my streaming time is that the large majority of the people that I interact with are those people. I don't know I'm still working on exactly why that is the case. It is what I intended. However, I'm working on trying to make it more apparent that that's my intent, and then also working on the skills necessary to convey and make people not think like this. Or they will think like this, but it's going to be bigger. It's going to be a part of the process. The process is extracting the data, finding the meaningful use of the data, right? This is input, right? You're getting input, then form an output, test it against the data, and repeat. What happens then is you can pretty much start anywhere. You start somewhere, and you will get to another place. And that's the hot take that I want to talk about in language learning. I don't think the vast majority of people, when they say language learning is a journey, not the destination, I truly think that the vast majority of people that talk and after they give advice, after they say this, I'm not on the same page. They're not talking about this. They're talking about it takes a long time to get to the destination. They're not talking about how the destination is irrelevant, because when you start doing something, the destination constantly changes. Largely because you can solve whatever you want along the way. You can pass the destination multiple times on your way to your final destination. What is that final destination? Well, if it's the journey and not the destination is you never get to it. It's the idea that you want to get somewhere that is the thing that will continuously push you towards living. Like, you always are ever curious, because there's always going to be something else to go towards. And it's a journey, because if you focus on the destination with that mindset, you're going to drive yourself insane. And this is why you and I right now, currently, drama, maybe in another 2 years, when you get to Japan, right? When you get to Japan, get accepted into a great university, hopefully, like Tokyo, maybe, right? Aim for Tokyo. Anyways, you get accepted and your life starts a new chapter. We can start focusing on the journey, right? Because I'm in a different part of my life, right? I'm 38 and different stage in my life. You talk to Q Tech. Okay. Nice. Do you have multiple places lined up? Because I'm guessing their enrollment, you have to start enrollment next year, right? In order to make the 2030, is it like fall? How do they do enrollment, actually? I didn't ask this. Do they do fall 2026 in order to be matriculate to fall 2027? Or do they do like something different where you can do summer and enter early or something? And obviously you're from Germany, so I don't actually know how Germany does. Usually universities in the United States, what they do is they do the fall of the previous year, and then they invite you to visit in the summer of the following year to do the final selection. You don't remember? Okay. I would love to hear how your process works. Who knows? I might actually bump into you. There is a chance that I might go and apply for the JET program to do for a year or maybe 2 years. It's renewed annually. So when I said something about going to Japan for a year and then coming back, and then going to Japan for 2 years and coming back, that kind of thing, someone mentioned this before, and I thought there was an age limitation on this. So who knows? We might bump into each other. But this has been a consideration, the JET program, just because I like teaching. I like seeing young Okay. I'm not saying you're like that, okay? I like when kids challenge me. Because it means I could do something. When someone doesn't challenge me, it either means that they don't care or I have nothing to offer. And I absolutely love interacting with people. So, like, when they're learning something. My face pretty much lights up whenever you say, oh, I'm going to study in a major. It's like, tell me about your major. I want to know. You don't remember exactly, but you think it's a pretty short time frame. Okay, so not too long. It's actually, it could be shorter before the enrollment. You plan getting your student visa in 2027 as language learner, and they're going to help you apply to different universities. Okay. And then prep for the EGU exam and maybe JLPT. I see. So you have more time than I actually think you do. At first, I thought it was the beginning of 2027. Is that your time frame, or you have like most of 2027 still to prepare and all that? So interesting. You want to enroll in summer. Okay, 2028. Okay. Like, hear me out. I don't know how crazy fast you are and how talented you are, or etc. And I don't know anything about those details. But when you said 2027, I thought you were gonna go to Japan in 2027. I'm like, that's really close. That's very close. I would encourage you all the way, obviously. Like, the sky's the limit. You're young, workaholic. Not, I don't know if you're a workaholic, but it strikes to me that you've committed to something and you're able to follow through. You want to be about 6 months prior in Japan. Okay. I see. I haven't visited Japan yet, but it is in the idea. It's already been committed because I told someone that I've met online, who now I've met IRL, that we're going to Japan together. And the reason why I wanted to go to Japan together is because this person may have some anxiousness and social planning things that I would love to make it so that they don't have this discomfort. So I've met someone online before, you know, we kind of know each other for many years now, like 5+ years. And we're basically going, you're in the same position? Oh, okay. Well, that's great. That means you can make an impact. Like, what do you mean? You can, the sky's the limit on how you're able to help them. Like, next year, by the way, I go to this anime convention. Well, I work at this anime convention called Otakan, right? And I've been going to this place for like, we're 20 years. We're moving on 20 years soon. And next year, I'm taking this guy, this little buddy of mine, to an anime convention because I think it could be very therapeutic for them. And I would be there, you know, we'll try to, and it will give me a lot of reasons to work harder, do more things and whatnot. So it's like, it's a win-win, right? And then after that, in maybe 2027, might be heading to Japan together. I might even convince one of my folks or one of my parents to come as well, and maybe we can gather a few more people. And the idea is I can plan all the things, or like because I'm more thinking about how to plan over their personality versus like whatever we're doing. So that's kind of
in my wheelhouse. And what you're probably thinking, a friend wanted to go to Japan, but he's very shy, so you offer to join him. Yeah, and you'll be in Japan for 2 weeks in January 2026, dude. I hope you guys have the best time. I gotta see pictures. January, that's like that's right after Christmas. When are you going? Like a little after New Year's? Or are you going during New Year's? 2 weeks is amazing. That is a great way to get someone out of their shell. You'll meet up some people you know that are already living there. Oh, that's even better. Now you even have a host. That's cool. That's really cool. I will probably try to do that sometime in 2027. So probably around the same time too, like early in the year, 2027. Someone who always wanted to go to Japan, want to know what it's like, but we need bridges, right? Like a person who's really shy or have social anxiety, because let's be real. Most people in their 20s nowadays don't like doing that most of the time, because if you met them online, they're unlikely to have those social skills. But you can always change that, right? And the awesome thing is, the person doing it, like you also win. Like you learn the challenges, and you kind of learn other things, and who knows, when you're going to Japan, that might become a really exceptional skill, because I don't think Japanese culture is any different when it comes to those things. And you're gonna have to work with clients and all that stuff. So you're already on your way to having social and communication skills in general. Right after New Year's, actually, avoided tourists. Yep, exactly. That's what I thought we're gonna plan the trip to. It's right after the holiday season. Yep, and you still got all the things to discover and do. Yep, absolutely. I'm that guy, right? To describe a little bit about me, like if I have roommates and I'm gonna go somewhere, the goal is you ask your roommates, hey, I'm gonna go to the grocery store. Do you need anything from the grocery store? Do you want to come along to the grocery store? I mean, you haven't done any groceries for yourself. Like, don't worry. Like, I'm driving there anyways. Do you want to come along? Because company is likely to create a win-win situation as opposed to win-loss. Now, most people, like, if you're thinking, oh, but what if you really hate doing things and don't like talking to your roommates? How do you solve that problem? If that is a problem, like if you think that's a problem that's preventing you from doing it now, do you think not doing it at all will solve the problem? Like the problem will go away somehow? It doesn't get any easier. In my opinion, like generally life, when you don't communicate and then you think people are problems, so you don't communicate about those problems, your skill doesn't improve magically. It depreciates, actually. And that's the third part. Problem solving skills, critical thinking, and communication skills. In the world we live in now, what are 3 human skills that you can probably going to guarantee that will be valuable in the post-AI world? Human critical thinking, human problem solving skills, and communication skills. So, in my opinion, I'm a little biased myself. When you're working and you're doing stuff, if you're language learning, those things encourage you to form communication skills anyways. And I mean, I guess you could live through your life like Blade Runner, right? Where you form an attachment to a non-human thing, but for now, I think it's nice to be able to make people happy. Like, I don't know if yet we can empathize entirely, putting a smile on someone's face is probably easily the most addictive thing that I can think of, from at least from my perspective. Like, even the words, like, I know I can't see you, drama. Like, I know I can't see the people's text. I like the people's faces and stuff, but the way you speak literally changes as well. Like, the things you type from the day to day, like, when you talk to someone sufficiently long enough, you can legitimately observe that despite not being able to see them, hear them, or like literally witness what they're doing, you can see their activity, their speech patterns. And there are so many ways and indicators that a person's become more livelier, right? And I mean, on the internet, in my opinion, the bare minimum is like the social norm. What is the bare minimum? You say hi, and that's it. Like, there's nothing else. You start there. Get them to say hi twice. Aim for more. I'm a greedy person, so if they only say hi, I'm gonna get them to say hi and hi again, or something like that. You know, you gotta start somewhere. You gotta make it work. Like when riding your motorcycle and just revving your bike a bit and seeing them bright up the kids and smile. That's the kids. Yes, exactly. Or, what did I do before? One of the things I do sometimes is I just randomly decide to walk goofy, like it's more like at a convention or something, or do something just plain goofy, or say something just plainly goofy in a way that, because you understand the person enough in a stat mark, you do something to lighten up the mood, and it's great. Such a small gesture making a part of their day better. I know, absolutely. I don't know if you watch SciShow at all, but SciShow tends to cover like evidence-based things on observations, and there was a segment on what is the cheapest thing you can do to help someone to create a win-win situation. And the cheapest, most efficient and functional thing you can do is give someone a compliment. That could be in the form of humor. That could be in the form of acknowledgement. How can you acknowledge something? When you rev your bike, it's an acknowledgement that you're on a motorcycle and you know that kids are there. That is an admission of mutual recognition. They smile, you rev, mutual satisfaction goes up. The odds, the most functional and consistent way that is always available to you, like to you and anyone else, is finding a way to exchange compliments or an acknowledgement of each other, right? Waving, nodding, smiling. If you can ante it up, like I kid you not, if I knew how to play while walking, like play a guitar or something while walking, I would legitimately carry a guitar on my back and I would walk around, and the moment I sit down, I would just play the guitar in public. You know, I have to be like reasonably maybe be able to like do something to create the acknowledgement of the people around me. But or singing, I can't sing, so like we're not gonna go with that. But having a skill or anything like that, those are priceless, man. Those are priceless. Sometimes I used to, back in the day, I used to do other things that are a little bit more approachable, like telling someone a weird fact or something like that, and then ask them to exchange a weird fact back. I like directions or asking people if I may help them get to a place quicker or something like that, or get to a place differently. And usually you do the, I don't know if you've seen the Japanese thing where when someone asks, oh, like, how do I get here? And the first thing I think of is like, let me show you. And off we go. That's what I used to do on campus. But back then I couldn't speak Chinese really well. And Koreans think I'm Korean. Like visiting Koreans, I don't know enough about that. And then occasionally a Japanese couple would approach, like, so when you're on a college campus, sometimes you have visiting family, right? And they're international students. So anytime I walk around in like campus when I go for walks, right? I go for walks, and some of these visiting families would stop me and they would say, oh yeah, like, and they would be pointing at the map because language barrier, right? So the moment they start doing that, I'm like, just come along, we're gonna go there ourselves, right? Like, let's go. That's kind of one of the most memorable things. I've done it like 3 or 4 times where basically I was on break, but you know what, I don't need that whatever I was going for. It feels so much better if I spent that time helping out whatever the thing is. So language barrier be not like, if I told them, oh, go left, then go left, or this is that, instead we're like, let's go together. Maybe not fitting, but you learn how to brew your own coffee, like with the proper technique. Ooh, then you can brew coffee for others too. Like, that's, I'm the guy that I drop things to help someone. And now hear me out, you might be saying, oh, but what if it makes you late for work and stuff? I plan around that. Like, I go to work early. Like, when I'm in public, I set time to do that. When I'm streaming, I've already mentioned this to like Mika and stuff. When I'm streaming and I'm yapping, I set 6 hours aside. So all this digression right now, we still have 2 more hours drama. Like we still have 2 more hours of that time aside. So I set myself up to be able to be available for people. So Discord, streaming, the idea is I'm studying, I can study as I go. I also set time for other people. So when I get interrupted, it's only my privilege, it's my pleasure that you're giving time for me so we can use it to create something more. There's a difference between someone who thinks they want to help someone and don't make time for it. That's being kind, right? You get to selectively choose it at the sacrifice of whatever you're doing. I'm not sacrificing anything. I'm setting myself up to give. And that's what that magical smiling part is. It's my gift. All right, you got to talk about doing all lessons versus 20 lessons a day requirement. Oh yeah. And then you want to do your lessons for today. All right. Wait, are we doing it now or are we? Yeah, sometime we gotta. Is it in your document? I'm actually kind of curious how your workflow works when you're doing 20 lessons a day. That's interesting. So you still manage to get 10-day cycle when you're doing 20 lessons a day? That's interesting. I'll have to ask you about that. Like, how are you getting 10-day average by doing 20 lessons a day requirement? I guess if you stagger it, right? Kinda, you want to know how it is doing all? Give me an idea. Like, what is your volume like? How do you get 20? So let's say 10 days, right? Roughly 10 days. The average on level up is like 80 lessons. And then the midday, like the mid section. Oh, no, wait, it's not, because you don't have to do all of it that time. If you do 20, so when you level up, you start with 80 lessons. Usually, like roughly 80. So in the next 4 days, Oh yeah. So with no, I see what it. I see how it comes up to the same amount of days, or like a similar amount of days. I see it. Largely because I was having trouble understanding how you unlock the second half. But if you're doing the first 20 is going to unlock the next set, and then you're staggered, so it's not going to relatively increase the volume too much. Yeah. But I imagine I have ways when you do 300. The highest is probably like 230, something like that. It's anywhere between 200 and 250. And this takes me about like an hour and a half. Like 90 minutes. And I get super low days too. You have to remember that I also get super low days. Like this, I get super low days. Like days where like 5 minutes. But do you have days where you have like 50? I have days that I have like 10. Like less than 10. Actually, here now I'm doing something new where when I get less than 20, what I do is I spend 2 hours doing burned items. Yeah, I just burn through the stack. Do 2 hours, fix any weak recalls. That's it's called my burnout day. They don't come about too often. Occasionally they happen on day 5s and day 11s. I call burnout days. And basically I just keep doing burnout items until 2 hour runs out. Once the 2 hour runs out, I just stop. Burn items are unique. So what you have to go through the entire stack before it resets. It never resets until you go through the entire stack. And then new items get placed on the stack as you're going, but you have to exhaust all of it before it resets. So it will, anytime I have a burnout day, it will be something that I haven't gone over in a while. So those days, very, very low. It goes, the range in WaniKani is like as low as 5 items to like as high as like 200. I'm gonna say on the higher side, 280. And yeah, and so yours is you're trying to create a consistency. Yeah, so I understand you're trying to do this, but with your strategy, you have the mental stack of doing 20 a day. Oh, I see. Yeah, and so to contrast you, the reason why I'm keeping WaniKani this way is because HanziHero is this way. So a 0-0 streak looks like this in WaniKani. In HanziHero, it looks like this. And it's set to 20 lessons. So every single day, I learn 20 lessons. 14 of them are vocabulary, or 13 of them is vocabulary, and 7 of them is a character. And then the review stack is as much as you were talking about. It's around 150. So right this moment, I'm in the middle of my 150 stack. And the reason why I'm doing this is these are 2 different ways. So that I am not doing the same thing twice. This is my quote-unquote mindset. My mindset is, in order to do more than one task, you got to also try to break its association with each other. Like if I did the same, like in my opinion, if I did the same for both, then I learn less about the process or about myself. So I've experimentally, deliberately kept them as 2 separate things. And then I start testing and comparing and contrasting the consistency. This is better. I'm more practiced in this. I'm definitely better practiced. Without a doubt. Out the gate, This was no adjustment. I do this all the time. It's my bread and butter. WaniKani's way, it's chaos, and I work harder in WaniKani. Even the process, the mnemonic development is more coincidentally this way. So this person knows what they're doing. Kevin, the developer, Kevin and Phil, the two brothers, they know what they're doing. WaniKani, it reminds me of a 11-year project that dealt with learning as you go. So they started with something and then they started adjusting it as they're going. So that's why the system is like, you have to adjust a lot of the system, like how you're mentally stacking the things, because that was 11 years ago. This is 2 years ago, or less than 2 years ago. I'm saying I wrote hours 2 years ago. So you can kind of see where the difference in mentality comes from. By the way, it's gold. This is what the modern SRS is. So the thing you're describing is the modern SRS. It's the thing that makes apps fundamental. When I use the word app, not in the sense of it is kind of to differentiate between like what a program is and what is not. But when it comes to apps, there's a fundamental thing about app design that keeps people consistent. And what you described is you applied that to WaniKani, which is important because that's exactly what keeps someone consistent. I would say, if I had to give you a hot take non-professionally, that this is how you build consistency. Whether you want to know it or not, some people can make this structure work. Like I'm trying to make it work, right? And we're past 300, so my enthusiasm didn't wane. So clearly you can make it work. However, to me, this has been the golden goose that has made live service games, microtransaction games, or gacha games, rolling development, patchwork, AI mobilizing, right? Platform creation. This has been the golden goose, and that's capitalizing on people's inability to form habits. And if you can do it manually, you can apply it to any system. So like, how do you stay consistent with Duolingo? This, like, you don't even need the streak and all that stuff and motivation and gamification. If you can do this, you understand the human condition. It's one of the habits, like it's one of the human conditions about habit formation. Absolutely. So would you say for you 20A and the spread out workload would be better? The thing why I'm thinking on trying doing all at once is just the mental stack of knowing you have to do lessons every day. And maybe because it's something new in the same app. So would you say for you 20 a day to spread out the work? I think if you want something safe, right? What you're doing is easily the safest way to do things, in my opinion. So, same time, right? Same time, the timing is the same, the workload is the same. If there's anything, and you're trying, is it better? The thing where I'm thinking on trying to do all at once is just the mental stack of knowing you have to do lessons. Yes, knowing you have to do lessons every day is incredibly important. So what you're doing now is excellent. And spreading, there's another part of this. Full stacking, like me. Like if you're doing full stacking where you do all the lessons at once, it creates a wide range of thresholds. You're kind of, oh yeah, no worries. I'm trying, like, no worries. It doesn't provide any like discomfort. I'll ask if I don't understand, or I'll try. If I misunderstood, you can always correct me as well. So what I'm saying is, if your mental stack is what is too much, right? What is too much? I can tell you it roughly average lessons, right? 80 lessons on one day. Is that too much? If it's not too much, by how much, right? So number of lessons. You can do this empirically by yourself, right? You can test this. So right now, your current baseline is 20. And if you're asking yourself, I can do more, you can test it, or you can ask yourself, how much more? Is it 40? Is it 80? And what I would say is the quote, better thing for habit formation is often you pick a number that you know on a bad day it doesn't cross this threshold, and on a good day you have enough headroom to say, one day you might do a little bit more or a little bit less. So that's kind of in my opinion, the golden rule about habits. So if some days you feel like you can do more, it means that you have enough headroom between your threshold. And operating below your threshold is excellent for habit formation. It might be where you're asking the question, can I get faster? Can I get faster? And oftentimes you have to test your limits to do that, right? And how I went about it is I went for, where's my threshold? That's the first question that I asked myself. Where is my threshold? So long story short, I'm sure you probably know the answer. My threshold is probably above 80 items. I'm going to tell you I'm very close to it though. I'm very close to it. On these days when I've yapped for 5 hours and my stream session goes past 12 hours, this gets tough. But you look at how much wiggle room I have. We're talking about adding an extra 6 hours of doing something else to accommodate this. So my threshold is above this. And so what happened was I ended up defaulting to 80 items because that's the limit. That's the 0. I have to wait for the future things, right? And that's what I came to accept. You can test that because what happens is when you do the 80, you can look at different metrics like accuracy, stamina, maybe gauge your feelings, how long it takes your mnemonic to stick, like different things, and then you can lower the threshold. So you can lower the amount by saying that you want a specific headspace. If I was being safe, you know about wiki stats? I do. Yes, I do. You think it really depends on the item? 20 kanji really is exhausting? Oh, interesting. But 20 vocab or radical is super easy. Yeah, so are you saying 20 items because what is the makeup? I don't actually know what the makeup is. I think where I am is you have like 1/3. It's kind of like one third characters ish, and maybe like not even 1/4, like 1/5 radicals, and then the rest is vocab. So yeah, in a way you could end up getting 20 on any given day to have all characters. Sort of. I don't think it's ever gotten 20 characters at once. Have I? Maybe. So what does that do? 25 or 4? No, it's like 1/4. So that's 25 plus, it's like 55 left over. Apparently you get 28 at once. What do you mean by 28 at once? Oh, you're talking about wait. Are we talking about reviews? Or are we talking about lessons? Lessons. Oh, wait. I just realized something. No, lessons? Hold up. I just realized something. I might be missing a row. Give me a sec. I'm gonna look at the wiki stats for a moment here. Oh, because you're staggering it. That's why you get them. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, like, hear me out. Oh, that's a really funny thing. Because you can get 28 at once. I can't. Because if you take all the stack, it will usually be like this. So that means like I work on the entire stack, which you can get 20. You can get 20. It gets close to 20. And then the rest is the second half. So it'd be like broken up like this a lot of times. Where like the first 5 days. And then the second 5 days. You see what I mean? So, like, at some point for you, the first couple is going to unlock the second couple. And then this is gonna lead to this. And then you're staggering it with your other... Oh, interesting. Maybe I just have less radicals, but I don't remember ever remembering 20 characters at once. Hang on, let me look at the website again. Three, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 20, and then yeah, the second half. Oh, level 29. But we're talking about statistical averages. Yeah, so the first, let me tell you. 1, 3, 8, or 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17, 18. Yeah, so it's split. So on level 19, you got 29, but I did 20 first day. 20 for the first thing, and then 9 for the second thing. Right? So, but you're picking an outlier. Sort of. Because if you're doing 20 lessons, right? Don't you have like vocab being injected in this? Or do they always show characters first? You know what I mean? Like in the 20 lessons, when you have 20 lessons, what is the makeup of it? It can't land on all 20 characters. Oh, well, it should rarely land on all 20 characters. You get some vocab, some radicals by random chance, and characters. So if you have 29 characters, and it can only unlock 20-ish characters, maybe like 26. Let's say the highest I've ever seen is like the 23 of the 29 characters are unlocked at first. Oh, you don't do them random? Oh, do you do characters first? Oh, that explains it. Yeah, so okay, I do them random. So there's well, I do them quote unquote random because I do all of them. You see what I mean? So it's never came up in my head that I realized like, oh right, that's right, you can prioritize things. That's kind of funny. I still do them random though. It's just that I do them all of them. So whenever I'm thinking like, how do you get 20 characters every day in a lesson? So you actually have, so if you don't do them random, then you actually have a curve like this. Wow, you sent me a DM? Right, I know there are 29 are on the first batch on level up. At level 19? 1, 2, 3. One, two, three, 4, 5. Yeah, 5 are 5 there, 5. Yeah. So it's 24. Yeah, but that rarely comes up. So you have in that level 24 are unlocked on level up, not 29. Or I don't see it in my schedule. 24 are unlocked out of the 29. It's 34 items? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh yeah, it's 34. Oh yeah, you're right. Sorry, 34. Yeah, I see it up there. 34, but 34 minus. Okay, how often does that happen? Oh, actually, it happens very often now that I think about it. It still doesn't, like, no, that doesn't explain the workload. Even if on 29 unlocked, you had to tell me that you use a non-random. You have to go through all the kanji in order to get 29, or like in any of that workload. So are you suggesting should you do it random instead? Because you and I had the similar workload then. This is perceived workload. Your perceived workload is similar to mine then. It's like this. Because you're front-loading kanji. So your perceived workload is high in the beginning. Because you get that exposure for the kanji. And then the second exposure requires less effort. And then all the other things are like vocab and stuff, which requires less. Oh, by the way, this volume that I'm saying, it is also volume. However, it's that by coincidence, if I was doing the way you're doing it, where you do kanji first, I think kanji takes a perceived more effort, right? So if I was prioritizing kanji first, I think the workload would be higher. The perceived workload would be higher, and then vocab and radicals are like a walk in the park. You're clearing the first batch kanji before the radical gets guru'd. I see. Yeah. So you're coincidentally, you know what's funny about this? You're coincidentally doing this perceived workload. So now we're talking about effort. That's kind of funny. That's very humorous. So you actually get a 7 to 8 day level up, but you take 2 days to clear vocab. Yeah, that's fine. And then that's how you're that's because that's how you level up. Yeah, that's what that flows with what I feel people are doing. So you're accelerating kanji. I clear everything. At once in order to level up. So everything gets cleared. There's no staggering of characters because you can still level up without clearing everything. And when you stagger enough, the vocabulary will fill in, but it doesn't take really all that much time, right? And that makes sense how you're getting 7 to 8 day level ups while staggering. That makes up for the time deficit. It'll always take me approximately 11 days, no matter what I do, because everything has to be cleared all at once. I have a no mistake approach. So everything has to be cleared. Every single time. The first half, whatever unlocks gets cleared all at once. And then it unlocks the second batch. And it gets cleared all at once. It gets gurued all at once. And then level up. And then we're back to here. And that takes exactly approximately 11 days. Because of drift, it becomes 11 days. It's technically supposed to take 10 days, but WaniKani, the way WaniKani does is not start time, it's finish time. So it keeps drifting by 2 hours ish over and over again because of my lessons. When you're doing like large batches, it keeps drifting by 2 hours. You see less of this drift if you're doing smaller batches. My lesson days are very long. They're the lesson days peak at 4 to 5 hours. So in a 11-day cycle, there are 2 days that take 4 to 5 hours, while the middays, like the 2 other days or 4 other days, take approximately 1 to 2 hours. And then there are 4 other days, roughly speaking, 4 other days that take less than 30 minutes. So then that's how you get that chart. It makes sense how you can clear characters. That's such an interesting dynamic. I haven't considered prioritizing any of it. The way I went about it to really get to the point, I suppose, is it's gonna be very, when you say is it better to do a different dynamic, well, you assumed, right? You assumed a baseline, and now you have your baseline. You're consistent with 20. So the idea is you can always see if you can do 25. And then the moment when the discomfort happens, you drop back down to a reasonable distance between the two, right? And then you do it again, and then you drop that down. And what happens eventually is you're going to find a new baseline that is safe to advance, and you have a buffer zone on both sides. What I ended up doing is I'm pretty good. I think I'm pretty good. So I started at the max that it allowed me, and if it was too much, I was going to drop down. So the buffer zone, and then form a new baseline, then drop down, form a new baseline, and if it's too easy, then I go back up and draw a new baseline. Right, and then I go back down if it's too much, go back up, go back down, and then I form my baseline. And it would be like, I don't know, 50, let's just say 50. But it never happened. What I found was I can do more. So we just got stuck here. So instead of, and you're wondering, well, if you think you can do more, why not? Well, that's where HanziHero comes in. HanziHero only has one baseline. So I use HanziHero. Any excess energy I have, it's in HanziHero. HanziHero is always after, almost nearly 99% of the time, it's after WaniKani. So instead of double downing on like more volume or something, I actually deviated and then did a different structure. So then whenever I'm doing HanziHero, it doesn't feel like WaniKani. HanziHero is like pretty low effort. And it's not low effort because I'm not producing more. HanziHero actually has a higher volume than WaniKani a little bit. So it's kind of closer to you. HanziHero, I learned 7 characters every single day. So at the end of the like a 10-day cycle, for example, if we're gonna use your 7-day cycle, for example, right? That's 49 characters. And you're saying like 34 items, right? At your 7-day cycle. Especially we're specifically talking about kanji, right? So HanziHero is slightly higher than what I'm already doing. So, and how can I accommodate this 49 character cycle? It gets reinforced by WaniKani's 40 cycles. Because whatever I learn Hanzi, there's a chance it complements the kanji. So at any given level, when I'm introduced to the things, there can be an overlap between the way I'm doing it. So I'm not actually getting single exposures or a weekly exposure. I'm getting a staggered exposure between the two of them. Like when I see this thing, I'm also seeing Guy. Right? This is harm. And what is this in Chinese? It's Han. Oh no, not Han, sorry. Is it? Hai. No, it's Hai. So Guy and Hai are the same character. So HanziHero reinforces WaniKani and vice versa. So while it looks like I'm doing a lot of work, there's also work that is redundant. I'm practicing. There's redundancy between them. So my workload is where it seems like at raw, this would be hard. However, Chinese kind of makes it look like most of the kanji also have already happened. They already happened. So the model that works really well is the same model as yours, which is to keep everything consistent. So every day, 13 vocab words and 7 Hanzi. And the 13 vocab words are based on the previous Hanzi. So every other day, I would be learning words attached to every other day's kanji, or like Hanzi. So the 7 Hanzi will lead into the 13 vocabulary, and it keeps feeding over and over again. And eventually, the things that come back in are the other SRS stuff, which is usually okay. And the things that come back in due to staggered SRS, that deals with how strong my encoding sequence is. So like the original coding. And I spend 90% of my efforts improving encoding. Because this stuff is clockwork. It's Very, very clockworky. The most, like, the timing and stuff is not something I'm worried about, like the SRS or the habit or whatnot. So I spend most of my time making sure that when I first learn the thing, I'm not going to have to learn it again when it comes back around. So we do the no mistakes pass, which is what you're doing in a way. What I mean is, if you do remember something, this is the closest thing to Anki mode, right? We're doing Anki mode. My no mistakes pass is kind of like Anki mode, only it has a criteria. I had to create a troubleshooting loop. So when I look at this and I'm like, I know most of the things, but I don't know the exact answer, right? I have to perform the troubleshooting loop as many times as I can so that the next time it comes back around, it has an embellishment. So it's on top of it. So I do Anki mode plus a troubleshooting loop. And I spend most of my time developing this troubleshooting loop. You did that as well before you discovered the Anki mode? Yeah. That's what I do. Now, it's not gonna, like, if I had to be real with you, right? It's not worth your time. Like, I'm gonna try to put myself in your shoes. It's not worth your time if you're going to use immersion and repetition, like additional repetition elsewhere. Because the troubleshooting loop is developing a different type of skill. The troubleshooting loop is helping you find strategies for encoding that requires testing, right? However, if you increase the repetition, it can make up for needing to develop new strategies. So you can find new exposure, and new exposure is technically a new strategy. The difference between these two is one is active and one is passive. And if you care about that at all, like if it's interesting to you, active involves creating something. So you have to create something, which takes more time. The delta T is time, right? It's really big, a much investment. Passive is really time efficient. It's incredibly time efficient. And if your time is crunched, you go with new inputs. You need to find new inputs. So that is an accurate strategy that you're using. I would say, without a doubt, this is the way to save time. Down here is my drive. So my favorite thing to do, my primary goal, is not to be N1 competent, is to find many different ways to learn Japanese and Chinese. And if I can do that, I solve my goal. My goal is that I'm trying to, when someone has a problem, I have an idea. So I spend more time trying to relate to all the problems that can go up. So then I can talk about it on stream. So whenever someone has a problem or they're trying to explain to me their approach, it's easier for me to understand because I'm exploring the different approaches that could happen naturally from all the problems that occur. So I'm not racing to N1. I'm racing to problem solving. So whenever someone says like, oh, this part doesn't work, do you have any ideas? Do I? Let's go over it. I have like 5 hours worth of ideas. Let's go over some of those stuff. Oh, this might be neat. That's what I'm doing. So I'm learning Japanese to encourage people to solve problems. Language learning is a great opportunity to get back into the groove of problem solving. you know that little saying, the short saying about doing something difficult will get your juices going again, like getting your brain working again. So when you become an adult, it's very like when you get older and older, you have to learn less and less. What you're doing is you're iterating and refining on a process. So it doesn't require you to step out of your comfort zone. Learning a language literally rips that away from you. It's one of the one of the furthest escapes. Programming, like, you know, software engineering, when you're learning a new syntax and learning a lower language, it strips everything away from you. And in order to be able to do that, you do this. And that's what I typically do. So I play lots of video games, I do a lot of things, I talk to a lot of people with problems, largely because the skills that I'm practicing is problem solving skills. I'm not practicing becoming fluent in Japanese. So that's where the biggest things that I always tell people is, if you want to hear what I'm saying and you're mirroring what I'm doing, or you think it's cool, know that the disclaimer is that you need a lot of time, and it's a journey. It's not a sprint, it's a marathon, right? The stuff that people have been saying all the time, but I don't think they mean the same thing I do. When they say it's a marathon, they're talking about doing the same thing. Doing the same thing, but slightly different, with focus. I think it's a marathon because there are a lot of problems to solve. And it takes me a long time. It takes me a long time to figure out possible solutions. The fun parts are all the problems you have along the way, not the progress you make slowly. So I contrast with other people too. Whenever they say it's not a sprint, it's a marathon, they mean gradual progress. My gradual progress comes from problem solving. I'm more enthusiastic about all the problems, and in the process I learned something. Like I learned Japanese and Chinese along the way. That's great. It's not my primary focus. So I'm willing to bet that you will become fluent, or reach a fluency and a proficiency in Japanese. Let's say by 2029, you would probably have exceeded me by leaps and bounds. And then when we come back to talk to each other, you'll probably hear me spend even more time not talking about the languages that I've learned, but the many things that we've talked about, and methods, and different types of ways people learn, more so, as opposed to that. And I wouldn't be surprised if my proficiency capped at like N2 or something, and then HSK 7, and maybe, like, if I get lucky, Spanish C1, and then if I'm super lucky, by 2028 or 2029, maybe C1 French, because Brie has given me all the possible motivations and interest in comparing notes in French. So instead of being competent in one language, I'm more likely to be competent in many tools as opposed to languages. And then I'm more likely to have cross-sectional language proficiency than any specialized efficiency in a singular language. That's not to say that I don't have a language I specialize in. I already do. I specialize in English. So I do keep most of the stuff as the vehicle. So whenever I'm learning Chinese, Japanese, French, Spanish, my English is improving, not the other 4. The other 4 is progressing because I'm using English as a vehicle. So what I mean is the focus is not the progress of Japanese, Chinese, Spanish and stuff. It's my English. So there are a lot of English speakers in the world, and they have all sorts of problems. And they're going to have different types of problems with language learning, right? How do you pick up Japanese instead of Chinese? How do you pick up French instead of Spanish? Or how do you pick up between Spanish and, Chinese? Well, if I can get you interested, we can find the connections between French and Japanese through the use of English. So I am working on a skill, but those are most of the skills that I've built for life, like scientific thought, experimental design, communication skills, problem solving, critical thinking skills. So learning a language helps me solve problems better, right? And the nice thing is, the bonus for me, the bonus is I might be able to speak to you in Japanese in the future to an extent that will remind you, at least, how far you have come in Japanese. Like, that's what teaching happens. That's how teachers come to be, right? Whenever a student graduates, they are going to surpass you in your specialized field. Like, you spend more time looking at the cross-section of potential students at a specific level. So you become better at catering to a larger cross-section. So your cross-section grows bigger with experience, but your vertical distance get capped. Right? Sometimes you can stretch a little above, sometimes you're performing low. The idea is to expand your cross-section. And that's kind of where I am at the moment. And sometimes my other skills that I rely on for everything goes up a little. Like, my communication skills isn't going to improve by leaps and bounds. It's probably fairly diminished return already. Right? The whole idea of getting diminished return, like WaniKani level 20 or level 30. I usually learn a skill for teaching and expression whenever diminished return kicks in. So yeah, I'm gonna obviously outgrow WaniKani and HanziHero at some point. Even that, like, maybe it will take me a little longer to outgrow it, but eventually I'll outgrow it. And the thing that keeps with me is not the Japanese or Chinese, it's how the WaniKani structure and HanziHero structure can be useful for other people. So whenever I look at people's schedules, that's what I do. I love doing that. Like, I like getting people. I like doing the app part of everything. I evaluate apps I evaluate games, game design and stuff for my own benefit, like movie designs, compositions, like kind of more of a linguistic approach. If I chose language, I would more have likely became a linguistic person as opposed to a polyglot, right? However, there's always a chance that your interest in linguistics ultimately coincides with becoming a polyglot. That's probably my relationship with language. I know multiple languages because I like learning. And language just happens to be the vehicle for all of these challenges. I learned science because I had questions I wanted to answer, or questions that interest me. So all of the scientific knowledge and skills became the thing that I ended up falling in love with, not the actual question in hand. Like, it used to be that way. It used to be going for a goal, like discovering something, discovering something that no one has ever discovered before. That used to be my teenager dream. And now it's more like, I want to be the person who can make someone's discoverability possible. And that is the awesome question that will never end. As long as you are human, you will always have a problem that you must solve. At least in my opinion. Humans that don't have problems to solve, honestly, I would love to meet someone who doesn't have a problem to solve. Like, I'm not talking about people who aren't actively solving problems. There are humans who don't actively solve problems. I'm talking about if you go up to someone and you ask them, you don't have any problems that you would want to go away, would you? What kind of human is that? Like, I'm not entirely sure if I've ever met someone or seen someone or witnessed someone who legitimately had no, like, hear me out. And in a very real way, this is a deep cut. If you don't have a problem to solve, there's a really high chance you're not here anymore. In both the most magnanimous, awesome way and the darkest and most depressing way. If you don't have any more problems to solve, you lived a great life and you found closure and you're probably at the end of your life. On the other end of the spectrum, if you don't have any problems to solve, you have succumbed to the problems and you believe you can never solve anything anymore, so you've given up, right? So those are the two spectrums. And the skill that I believe will help me with my future if I ever want to enter back into the professional field is, how do I solve a problem? That's what the PhD is. That's what the PhD, whenever someone asks like what my PhD is in, I usually do this thing where like, oh, it's in molecular biology. And then someone's like, oh, so like you must know a lot about molecular biology. It's like, it's 7 years out of date. The answer is no, I don't know a lot about molecular biology. What I do know is I know what to learn if you ask me to do it. So like if you put me in a job, right? Say, I need you to design an app for this. Give me 1 year, I'll get it done. Or like, give me a time frame and I'll get it done. All right, thank you for your time today. You'll turn it off for now. Maybe you'll come back later if you're still streaming. Otherwise, another time. Yes, another time. And I will come back. I will like look over the thing. We'll give it a great college try. Thank you for hanging out. And good luck with work or work-related things or whatever you have going on today. You know, take care of yourself. Don't overexhaust yourself, of course. And yeah, we got to talk about your whatever's in that document. I'll definitely be looking over it. Today is a very relatively short day, so I really appreciate your conversation. This is what we're having. Yeah, we're having a great time. Honestly, I hope you're getting some sleep or getting some rest. I don't know how often it is that you wake up at 3 a.m., but hopefully your sleep hygiene is keeping up, because it's not worth sacrificing your sleep hygiene. Those things kind of trickle, and you have a lot of things planned. So hopefully you get a great night's sleep after your wonderful day of studying and reviewing and whatnot. Yeah, we'll talk more. Thank you, thank you. All right. And in actuality, I'm having kind of a below average day on HanziHero right now. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Drama. I still have to ask you why you call yourself Drama. That's kind of interesting. For a personality that you give me, I feel like Drama seems a little, unless it's like some German thing. We'll talk about that another day. Oh, we worked on this. Right? Yeah. Oh, Qinghai. Yeah, yeah. Until then.
Qian. Guan. Qinghai.
违规停车侵害了他人的利益。
继续，
我们必须继续前行。
I don't know right now. Huh. Dang it, I thought this was like lodge or something. What is another way to say lodge? Like oh no, wait, this solemn? No, yeah, it's like a lodge. Oh, stay overnight. Oh, that's what they went. We're gonna add lodge, like board, like room and board situation.
Gung.
Wait, what?
Ding.
What the ding? Fourth?
愁容。
他脸上总是带着愁容。
Okay. Hmm. 回说 Heck. Dang it. I don't think so. We gotta get rid of the cleats, man. Yeah, the cleats are gross. Man. What is going on? I thought I typed Lwin already. That's fine.
沈
Shen is bad. Bad news bears. I thought this was 故说. That doesn't sound. 胡说 was
胡说
我知道他在胡说。
nonsense, or just like recklessly saying things. Okay, fine. I might need to embellish that somehow. Is that right?
钻研
我们应该钻研这个问题的本质。
钻研
电炉
我们家厨房里有一台电炉。
测
yes. Not again. Not again, man. We've been here before. What is it about them? I guess I can't connect the foreman with the scepter. Yeah, no idea. Yeah, no chance. Yeah, it's Rose. Yeah, man. That has to go. I gotta do something else. The other one is even problematic too. Small items, but thankfully it's a counter. What are we at? 6? It's gonna be 7 soon. Definitely an average day.
微信
总统的微信。
一八钻孔
你可以在墙上钻孔吗？
What? It's like drill a hole. I guess I need to add hole. What in tarnation?
残
Okay.
泰国、
泰国是一个热带国家。
The heck?
瓜、芭蕉、
芭蕉喜欢温暖的气候。
紫色、
他穿了一件紫色的洋装。
拳头、
Oops, I need
小孩的拳头
silence.
很小。
Second Qing? Is that Qing? That better be Qing.
秦朝、
秦朝只存在了15年。
Sorry. I have a little bit of bone to pick with Qing. And Wu. And Deng.
“泪汪汪”。
小女孩看着父母，眼睛泪汪汪的。
Excuse me. Yeah, man. Oh, wait.
圆、
All right. Well, it's gonna come back in another three weeks or so, and I'm just gonna flip a table. But I think that's okay.
蹲下、
他蹲下来捡起笔。
可耻、
他的行为真是可耻。
I don't feel like that's correct. But we're just gonna go with it
预
anyways.
兆、
Okay.
他说这是好预兆。
发芽、
如果土壤太浅，种子不会发芽。
What the? What the? What the portal? Heck. I don't know what I was thinking there.
云、宿、
What in the? Oh.
沙哑、
他因为感冒，声音变得沙哑。
Not again. Oh, not like this. Come on. Alright, hold up. Not that. Yes.
木 哑巴
哑巴无法用口说话，
甘甜
他们喝到了甘甜的泉水。
Come on, let's try to finish strong.
概论
艺术史概论，
What? Oh, fire. Whoops. What? Oh. Wait, hold. Oh no. Why? Oh, this one kind of sucks.
糖
It's not triumphant. Shoulder? Carry on shoulder? Oh no, that's weak. It's like shouldering something. How does carry? I don't use prepositions anymore. Prepositions are overrated.
序 收藏
我收藏了很多明信片，
It's like collect instead of store. Is this the like just eating, right? Just yeeting. Oh no, that's the wrong type of eating. Oh, that's Han.
梗
This one is kind of weak. Is that not what it is? I'm not getting it confused with mound, that's for sure.
时 独栋
我们计划购买一栋独栋住宅，
How do I screw this up? Finger and oh, right. No prepositions. YOLO? Okay. That's not it.
秉持
我们必须秉持公义，
秉持 Uphold is better. What does spray turkey? Oh, you heckin'
淮河、
淮
Huaihe.
河是中国7大江河之一。
I haven't forgotten you yet.
汉、苏、
Ooh, that's not good. What is this? Shortcake or shortbread? Oh no. Oh! Wait. Hmm. Second rose, dude.
梅、雕、
What's happening here? It's not the one thing. Oh.
会、
That's problem. That's gonna be a problem.
书写、
他的日记书写了他的内心世界。
Big problems. Big problems.
描、
So how I fail here?
« 绝、
What? It's not what I think. So I've gone down a rabbit hole.
秉公、
在这种情况下，我们要秉公处理。
要秉公处理。Oh. Wait. Oh, yin, not yin, yin.
红、意、心、
What the xing? Takes me so long. What are the fingers and so long. Oh, I could.
扛枪、
他正在扛枪巡逻。
His slippery frog fingers. Let's add to that quickly. Hair on the shoulder. Pretty far. It's not gonna. I don't think it's gonna create that much of it.
花卉、
这个公园有各种各样的花卉。
战斧、
战斧常被用在战争中。
城、扒手、
谨防扒手。
胎
What is happening? Oh, I really thought it's this. Oh, wait. No? Oh no. Oh no, I'm thinking of women. So I'm actually not thinking about the correct. Big. I don't think it's... Okay, got me. We're skipping this. I thought I already entered that. That is what I think it was. It was the throat. He like inhaled something and then like upchucked it. Didn't learn anything.
Kai 旭日
旭日从东方升起，
烟
It's a body part. Gotta roll the
Xuan.
punches. So many body parts and organs. Second, duh.
德
Oh no, wait. I'm thinking purify. Or pure.
删除
请删除这个文件。
Average day. Average days are meh. Meh at best. We got at least 6 things. I would say today there were 9 things I kind of wanted to add, but we'll give 3 of them a pass. Yuan. Or is it Yuan? No, Yuan. Xiu. Yeah. That one's kind of suck. Done. Quinn. Jen. Jen. 修 分 Man, no, mung, no, mo, no more, more. Save me. This行 When Ying. That's what I was thinking of, Ying. I won 什么夫 or 夫 one. Okay. 形式 吴国 that's not it. 美粉 点的 不是行要先鲜叶要先切 wait 鲜呵 I got them all mixed up. That was bad. Ooh. Ooh, one. Xie Ling. Dancing. Li. Okay. All right. So we have Yugi, who is in the basement. Oh, it's not Yugi. Not Yugi. Guan. Luan. It's Luke, who's hiding in the basement who's secluded, you know, chilling in his basement. Chilling in his basement, unpacking. Unpacking a bunch of eggs, right? A bunch of eggs in iron crates, I guess. Iron crates with postages. I don't actually know if they consider those as drops. Is it double drops? Okay. And then, you know, dropping them. I guess stamping a bunch of them and dropping them in a iron crate to sell for later. Special exotic alien eggs is what we're doing there. For sale. Now we got Kirby in front of the bakery. Checking out a mound of old croissants. Sucked it all up and become a chubby boy. Chubby mound himself. Yay, we got Jimmy Neutron, who is in the basement of the house. Oh, this is where he's helping someone. Helping a person with their backbone. So he prescribed a funny moon-shaped pill with a, I don't know, with a snowflake symbol on it. Takes care of it. Hooray, the miracles of modern science. Then we have the James Bond in front of the English Manor using his high-tech pen to track his target that's wearing cleats, running around, a little kid target. Cleats running around trying to fly a bamboo kite. Protective service, probably. Koopas, a bunch of Koopas in front of the infirmary. Tons of Koopas because they're turtles. Getting ready for their checkup day with a stack of paperwork, heading to the inside the infirmary. Heading to the infirmary. We have Julius Caesar, who's gone to the bathroom to take a break from all the shopping at the pawn shop, where he has a bunch of Slender Man Slender Man doing what? Scroll? Did I not put scroll in it? Yeah, he's taking a break and having all the Slender Man carrying all the things because he's tired. Did I not incorporate scroll into this? I did not. Scrolls. Oh, scrolls of war machines, I suppose. For his future campaign. Okay. Xena. Chilling out in front of her bakery. You know, summertime she moonlights as a baker. And noticed... Oh, no, wait. No, this is Xena. That's not Xena. Wait. Did I have the two things backwards? Oh no, did it change? It changed order again. Why does it do this? That's so annoying. Alright, well, anyways, then we're just gonna continue. So, the Xena, yeah, it changed orders again. I don't know why it keeps changing orders. Well, anyway, Xena is in a bakery, in front of the bakery. This is the clown thing. Where's the character? I'm supposed to look at. Oh, yeah. She's trying to attract some attention, right? She noticed that there's a shy clown with a companion sheep by offering it's supposed to be this character. It's this character right here next door. Shy. That's really annoying that the order of these boxes change. Photo is in front of the in the infirmary, and he's like enjoying the flower, right? Enjoying walking through the different sections of the flower in the courtyard as he's recovering. The fragrant flowers. It's the one next to it. And then this is Jen, but we're looking at Mole. What was Mole? Mole is... And then Mole is this character. So Mario is in the basement of the office building editing his invoices, plumbing invoices, where he need to edit and adjust something. So he uses his fingers of his white gloves to smear is this character. Smear like white out, and by the end of the day, he sent them out like to his clients. Annoying. I think all of them shift by one, right? No, that stayed the same. That stayed the same. That did too. And then it no, that's fine too. The heck, Quinn? And then these shifted. Like the Dren is over here. And then they shifted this way. So weird. Alright, so we got a lot to work on here. Trin is voucher. That's the headdress and sword. Trin voucher. It was kind of good and kind of not. Sai. Sai. I kind of messed up Sai. Sai is very disappointing. Is that Sai? I don't think the bottom part is correct. This is competition. I have to double check. Check now. Yeah. I'll have to on that. Yen needs help. Is it something like this? No. Oh, it might be. Something seems a little bit off. Yen.
Oh, it's water. Spray. You know it when you know it, but we have a solution for that. Yuan along. Xiang. Xiang is, I don't know what we're gonna do with Xiang. Which is item. Deputy? Fool. Fool needs work. Although, I could use fuku from Japanese. They look like each other even? Vice Deputy. I have an idea. And May? Oh, May can suck it. Oh man. Fucking May. Why? Why? I mean, it kind of starts looking like May. But another May. Rose. Okay, well, let's go through these. Okay, start with Chen. Chen. Headdress and sword. So Quasimodo is in the bathroom at the pawn shop, trying on his new headdress and toy sword. After, I don't know, he bought from the shop. And lucky for him, he also received a voucher for a matching tunic. For a complete costume. Alright, next one, Sai. So somehow I lost the... I was thinking of Sai. Why am I thinking of Sai? Oh, to stuff in? The shellfish and the stuffed in. Okay, Sai. This one is kind of okay. What did I say? Storage. Something that you can store. So, let's see. SpongeBob is in the bathroom of the high school. Participating in a competition with other goobers who can collect the most shellfish or currency. Right. No, shellfish and fins. By bringing them and storing them in a wire mesh box in the bathroom. I guess. That sounds okay. That's pretty mid. Yen for a long.
All right. So we did use his tongue in this. I'm gonna say Yoshi is inside the pawn shop. His pawn shop. Or maybe pawn shop. Where he works. Make sure to clean along the walls by opening his mouth and using his tongue to spray clay cleaner everywhere. Follow by attaching towels to his tiny legs so he can wipe the floor clean. Something like that. Not that great. Not great. We gotta think about the tiny legs, right? Oh. Xiang. This one is rough. What I have in mind kind of sounds like Walter White. So Xena has snuck into the bathroom. Oh, the chapel. Search. It's still the same thing. And search for a relic. Describe the pages of ancient text. The page led to a secret compartment under the crossbeam marked. I'm gonna say pillar. We're gonna try to pivot for pillar and crossbeam. I mean crossbeams. The corner of the bathroom. Where the item rests. It's more or less still the same thing. Not looking too great there. Now we got Vice. Where the Vice? Deputy. Let's see, Frankenstein. Right, Frankenstein's monster in the bathroom. It's not that much of a change. In the bathroom of the house, where he is equipped a saber to guard the wealth of experiments. stored there from Dr. Frankenstein. Act as a deputy guard. It's not that much different. Rose? Oh, Rose. Oh, Mario inside the beach house. Having ordered from a foreman to construct beautiful rose scepter for Princess Peach. Celebrate their holiday at the beach house. Okay. Okie dokie. Not bad, not bad. Did a kind of a bunch of yapping about things. I have something to read tonight, which is kind of fun. Lots and lots of fun. Alright. That's a wrap for our HanziHero. I don't know when I'm gonna find time. I guess tomorrow's the 15th. Not quite sure when I'm gonna find time to play Hades 2. I do need to do like an introduction to Hades 2. An opening opinion. We'll see. Try to make some time as much as I can. Alright folks. That's a wrap for HanziHero today. We're gonna watch it later. Shit. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero. Give it a try, let me know what you think. Love to compare notes, share some stories, keep each other motivated. The primary goal of all of this. Find interest in yourself, find interest in others. That interest comes from expressing and challenging each other to explain things. Get involved. Keep each other motivated. Until next time, 大家下次见。感谢观看. Thank you for watching. See you guys on the next one. Bye bye.